Greetings, my extravagant cultists. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I'm so glad that you could stop by. I'm so glad to have you. How are you? How are you doing? How has your week been so far? Tell me about it. I'm curious. I was a little bit busier today. A little bit, not a whole lot, but a little bit busier today. Than last week. You know, a lot of today was mostly spent just doing secretary work, more or less. However, I did end up doing a little bit more on the physical labor side just to get some training done. There was a lot of training that needed to be done. Boy, howdy, was it hot. It was spicy. It was spicy outside just to get that done. Not a fan. Personally not a fan. But that wasn't too bad. Got it done. And I am really looking forward to a shower after stream. I think as soon as I'm done streaming today, I'm gonna hop in the shower and I'm gonna reheat some leftover pizza and I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be golden. I'm gonna be doing great. I've got some pizza I've been sitting on for a couple days just because I haven't actually been here to have the pizza as a leftover. So now I can actually have them. So I don't have to do anything for dinner. I just throw those bad boys in the oven and I'm good. And I get dinner right there. I mean, it'll take like maybe 5 minutes for it to reheat in the oven, but that's it. Because I personally, I am an oven elitist, right? What I mean by that is I don't like reheating things if I can help it. I don't like reheating or cooking things in the microwave, right? I just don't. I don't like the way it feels. It feels, and in my experience, it typically makes things soggier than I like, and just an experience, like texture-wise, awful experience. So I always, if I can, I will reheat things or cook things in the oven. So I do have to spend a little bit of time waiting for the oven to heat up and actually reheat the pizza. But once it does, mwah, magnificent stuff. Also, hello, Pixel Cat. How are you doing? How has your day been? We're just going over the basics, going over the standards. You know this. You know the drill by now. You know the drill. Personally, I'm very excited. I've got some big plans today. If you guys, for all of you lovely cultists that were here yesterday, you know what's coming. You know, or not yesterday. Sorry, last stream, I talked about something I might end up doing on Tuesday. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do it Tuesday. So then I talked about something I might end up doing on Wednesday. Didn't end up doing it Wednesday. But today, we get to do it. Today, we get to do the one thing I've been waiting to do for a while. And boy, am I excited to share it with you guys. It has been about a week since... Well, I'll go more into that later. You know, that's... I'm getting ahead of myself. But yes, I am excited. I'm going to try and make sure today is chill, it's calm, it's cozy. It's gonna hopefully be a great stream that you could put on in the background and just like listen while you're doing things and just have a good time. Just finished baking a cake looking like a gold play button. Oh, that sounds really cool. Is it vanilla or is the gold, I guess, coming from the frosting? Unless you wanted to get real fancy and used fondant, but honestly, personally, I would refrain from using fondant if ever possible. It's unpleasant to chew on. You can, it is edible. Fondant is edible, but it doesn't taste good. It's not fun to chew on. I don't get why people use fondant as much. I mean, I know why. It's great to mold, but vanilla with gold sprinkles, that sounds delightful. That sounds delightful, Pixel Cat. I need to actually bake a cake. I have an oven, I have my own oven. I don't have a cake pan. That's kind of important. I don't have a cake pan. I have like a glass 8x8 dish, but that's not, you don't bake cakes in that. So I would need to get a cake dish for that. You're the baker your friends come to. You know, that's not the worst position to hold in your friend group, right? I mean, being known as the cake guy is not a bad title to hold. I grew up with a family of bakers, so like I know what it's like to constantly have someone come by and they're like, hey, can I get a cake made? Or like the oven is just perpetually on because there's gonna be a cake needs to be put in there at some point anyway. Like I know the drill. But here's the big thing, right, Pixel Cat? What do you do with the cake scraps, right? Do you get cake scraps? Do you have cake scraps, or do you just like put it all in a pan and let it cook and that's it? Because if you shape it, if you use like the saw blade, like the rocking saw blade, you like to shave off the top of the cake. You have that thin like top layer of just straight cake. Some cake scraps, like a cake scrap with a little bit of frosting and another cake scrap. Make a cake scrap sandwich. That is golden stuff. That is peak Baker family right there. Peak Baker family right there. It has been a while since I've been able to have cake scraps. Heck, it's been a while since I've had cake. I guess technically I had a cupcake a couple nights ago, but like that was a Walmart cupcake. So I don't really count a Walmart cupcake. It's just not the same. It's not the same. Monday made an Oreo cake out of Oreos. Oh, that sounds delightful. That sounds delightful. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of things to actually bake in, but there are a couple desserts I definitely want to try and set aside time to make, right? One of them is a peach cobbler, because I am a complete and utter slut for peach cobbler. Specifically for peach cobbler, right? Peach cobbler is just it's so good. I love a good peach cobbler. So like I need to set time aside to bake one of those. But as much as I love peach cobbler, my all-time favorite dessert, no matter where it is, no matter what it is, no matter where I'm getting it, right? I will always choose to have a brownie. I love brownies. Like I'm a sucker for chocolate in the first place, and they're just a baked brick of chocolate. Like it's all profit, right? And you can have it if it's warm and you have some like vanilla ice cream with it. Oh, delightful, heavenly, divine, if you will. Yes, but yeah, I need to I need to set some time aside and actually get the ingredients to make like an 8x8 pan of brownies and an 8x8 pan of peach cobbler, because I'm hoping that I can actually make those in like the glass dishware I have is big enough for those, because like thinking on it right now, at least the recipe that I have for peach cobbler, I think it's like it wants you to use 8x9, like an 8x9 pan, which my glass dishware is just so ever slightly too small. And I'm worried about putting all of the ingredients for a peach cobbler in there if it's going to overflow or like bake and then overflow, or if it's just not going to fit in the first place. Like I want to make it. I want to make it so bad, but I'm so worried about it. Made brownies a few months ago and wrote a poem about it. Honestly, I don't blame you. Brownies are life-changing. A good brownie can change your course of can change your whole course of existence. You wrote a poem. Did you write the poem about it, or did your keyboard AI write a poem about it? Because these are two very different things. These are two very different things. You writing it, or your keyboard AI writing it. One of those has all the credit. Did that a few months ago? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame you. I don't. Brownies, life-changing. I love brownies. Yeah, I specifically, it's kind of a bummer, because as much as I love brownies, as much as I love peach cobbler, I also just don't have a whole lot of time to sit down and bake. You know, I work most of the day, and then as soon as I'm done with work, I either stream, or as soon as I'm done with work, I play D&D, and that's about it, right? The only days I have open are the weekends, and even then, that's wake up, have lunch, have breakfast, have lunch, spend the morning, first part of the afternoon, then I stream, and I stream until dinner time. I finish streaming, I have dinner, and that's about it. Like, I would need I don't know. I would need like a good afternoon to set aside time for baking. Heck, I would be interested in trying to bake on stream, but I definitely don't have the gear or equipment to move my entire streaming setup over there for that. But it would be interesting. I would be interested in doing something like that. Just for fun, right? Just for funsies. But speaking of funsies, right? I have a big surprise. I have a pretty big surprise. And I'm personally super hyped for it. I'm very excited because this is something I've wanted to do for a while. And I can finally share it all with my dear cultists here today. So, without further ado, let me take us to a scene that is familiar yet different. Let me take us over to my mouse pad. My mouse pad. Hello, welcome everybody. You might be wondering why exactly do I have a camera? Why am I doing this? And the answer is well, rather simple actually. Because, my dear cultists, today I want to share something real special with you guys. It's no secret that I am an absolute obsessed weirdo when it comes to cards, specifically magic cards. And it just so happens that this obsessed weirdo spent a little bit of money and bought some magic cards. This obsessed weirdo went out and bought some specific cards because I wanted to. Now, normally I would just go about and I would open these in private. I would just be like, oh, wow, that's cool. But I have a stream. I can put whatever content I want up here. Why would I do this privately when I can share this with my favorite cultists? So, for at least the first maybe half of today's stream, my dear cultists, today I will be opening packs from the new set, Bloomburrow. You can see why I'm excited, right? I've had this pre-ordered, right? I've had this pre-ordered for a hot second, since like before it was released. And specifically, this set was released on the 2nd. Oh, it was publicly released on the 2nd. It has been almost a week since it has been publicly released. I pre-ordered this before it was released. I only just got these in. So today, I can finally actually open and share these with you guys. So why don't we quit stalling, because I am desperate. Why don't we quit stalling and actually open this? Yeah? And while we're doing it, I'm probably going to be chattering on about everything. I am going to add butter. That is a post, that's a post card opening add-on. I will be adding butter just to kind of lubricate the cards, get them into the sleeves a little bit easier, you know? Just kind of get them in there. But once I start actually opening things, I'll probably explain anything. If you guys have any questions about kind of what cards are, what they do, anything at all, I'm more than happy to talk about it. But as a rundown, this set is built around a specific universe, a plane, where the predominant species are animals, as the box art would imply. Otters. And let's see, off the top of my head, the big clans are otters, lizards, bats, mice, rats. There's 10. Birds, raccoons. There's only 3 others. What am I missing? Blue, green. Frogs. Frogs is 1. Frogs. Why am I blanking? Are they on here? No. I'm missing a couple, but you'll see. It's broken up into several different sectors of animals. Each one doing something different. Like otters are your spellcasters. They're wizards. They are one with magic. Mice are small but mighty. They get stronger whenever you support them. Rats are conniving and scavengers, right? They like to retrieve. Oh, squirrels are one. They like to retrieve what has been used. You know, you get the idea. Also, this is adorable. This right here, I love this. It's always a planeswalkers, but they're animals. I love it. I love it. And look at that. Look at them. Look at them. Oh my goodness. Ah. I love this set. I love this set so much. I'm so excited. And the art is beautiful. It's adorable. The concept is so cute. Like, man, this is awesome. It's a little bit lazy to have this side be the exact same as this side, except there's no roll, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's just mirrored. Either way, let's actually start opening things. Yes? I know, it's adorable. It's adorable. All right. So to start things off, we got the divider. Very cool. It's got a big punch out of an otter, I guess. He's just here. There he is. I mean, it's cool. It's cool art. I just don't know what to do with it. There's that guy. We've got a bunch of miscellaneous counters, planeswalker symbol, yada yada. Nothing too exciting there. Pretty much just punch outs for small events. Stuff that we don't really need to worry about. What's in here is the real exciting stuff, right? These are the cards. And the big D20, specifically for keeping track of life. Very cool. Another punch out of Raw. Okay. Neat. Set this aside. Just put it over there. And then all of these bad boys. This should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is 9 booster packs. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 9 booster packs. And then these two paper little packs should have specific things. This one, I believe, will have, because these paper ones aren't a mystery. These, you know what these are. These are guaranteed in every box. It should be the promotional card. This should have, yeah. There's Thundertrap Trainer. Look at him, little otter guy. Let's see, what's he do? He's Offspring. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards and reveal a non-creature, non-land. So he just lets you fish for spells. That's neat. And then these are, ooh, are these? Okay. I was really confused how they were doing this. So I'll set him aside since I have him. Okay, so one of the things they put in these specific boxes, the bundles, is they put lands. They give you cards that are guaranteed and mandatory for any deck, right? They give you lands. So that's neat. But what's special is that these lands are ones that I've been desperately wanting to have a collection of because they are, quite honestly, so beautiful. They're beautiful cards. Here, I'm just organizing them before I start going over all of them real quick. Just won't be long. Okay. Put that there. Oh, okay. I see how they did it. Just got to scoot things along. Just that it's a little bit more coherent to look at without needing to try and sort through 2 different piles. There we go. I'm sorry. I didn't even think about this. Plus, I only have 2 hands and no desk space because my desk space is currently occupied. All right, I organized it. Here. So what's unique is that these lands are full art, right? These lands take up the entire space of the card, and they just have the name and then the basic information. That's it. It's mostly art. But what makes these really unique is that this isn't just, oh, this is a cool, pretty plains. This is one version. This is one variant of this special art, right? You also have fall. You also have winter and spring. Wait, that must have been summer then, because this is obviously spring, right? You have the 4 seasons for each and every one of these cards. Each and every basic land has a variant for each of the seasons, right? This, I would imagine this is probably spring if they're keeping it consistent. Probably spring. Maybe not. Summer, maybe. Oh, fall, and winter. Yeah, so you can see all of it. And I think it's sets that each land has a different creature that kind of represents it, right? This is a mouse. This is a frog. He's just kind of staring off in the sunset, and it changes per version, right? Very pretty, very cute. I love it. This looks almost like a weasel or a ferret. You know, this is your probably summer. Maybe? What is that? Fall? No? Okay, spring, summer, fall, winter, right? Just beautiful art. Obviously, the mountains are probably the most, like, by far, bar none, the most beautiful lands in this set. I love the way the full art mountains are in this set, right? Like this, it's such a scenic view. The colors are so vibrant. It's such a predominant color that you can't get it mixed up with anything else. So you have your, I would imagine, probably summer. You have your spring. Fall? That doesn't look like fall. That almost looks like summer, but... And then, of course, winter. And what's really cute is that the outfit kind of changes between them, because now he's got his little hood up. I mean, it might be the same outfit, but it looks like he's got a winter gear, right? And his tail is on fire for some reason. Like, I love the way that the seasons change. And of course, you got your, because I think this is a raccoon, this is a rabbit, winter, fall, winter, spring, summer, right? And of course, they can't give you all the cool cards because here are some basic, not very exciting, still beautiful. Don't get me wrong, the art on these are still beautiful, but they're basic. You know, they're just basic lands, right? But these are what really stand out. These full art. Like, this is one of the big reasons I wanted the bundle, is because I really wanted to collect more of the full art lands. And I love them. I love the full art lands. And I'm absolutely going to use the hell out of these things. They look so nice. They look so nice. I need to use them. All right. Now we have boosters, right? We have 9 booster packs, that is not a small amount. However, my dear cultists, I have an issue, and that's that 9 is not enough for me. 9 is just not enough. So I made the responsible financial decision to spend a little bit of my specifically money set aside for personal things, which I don't do very often. It's kind of a treat to myself. And I got a whole display box. I bought a whole display box of booster packs to specifically open for this set, right? And as you can see, this thing was treated with love. I'm so glad it was shipped to me in this condition. You know, I love having a big divot in my box. That makes me feel very confident about the contents. Let me just hang on. But yeah, no, I I made the very, very, very responsible decision and went out and I bought, also part of the same pre-order, this whole box. This whole box. Because I can't control myself. I have no self-control. And also, I haven't bought many cards. This was kind of a gift to me. Also, welcome to the cult. Thank you so much for the follow. But yes, I couldn't help myself. And so I bought a box of cards. And, you know, I was patient. I waited so I could open it on stream and share it with you guys. Because obviously, I want to be able to do that. Obviously, I want to share this tremendous moment with you. This momentous occasion where the value could truly be anything. You know, it's not like there's a set list of cards, the value of which is not the greatest. That would be crazy. Anyway, this is my whole box of cards. How many packs are in here? Let's see. What does it say? 36. I have on total 45 boosters to open with you guys. I have 45 booster packs that I'm going to open with you guys. and nobody can stop me. That's the beauty of it. I chose to stream this on a Thursday because by streaming this on a Thursday, I don't have to worry about bad analytics because nobody watches on Thursdays. So I get the pleasure of opening these booster packs with no repercussions. Not a single repercussion to be had. Because man, oh man, did I want to open this set. Did I want to open this set? Because boy, do I do I love Bloomburrow. I love Bloomburrow. I love this set. And I was like, man, it's been a while since I bought any cards, and I really want this upcoming set. And I had money that I had earned from donating plasma just sitting like aside specifically for like things that I want but don't need. And so I ended up getting a couple cards. And yes, I know technically I should have bought singles. For the money I spent buying these, I could have bought so many more singles for specific things I wanted. But I like opening packs. I like opening cards, and I love the art of the set so much that I don't mind having extra cards for things that I may or may not use, because I want it for the art. Yeah, there are a couple. There's not too many. There are a few. So why don't we just take it easy and open them one at a time? Yes. All right. First pack of the stream. Obviously, this bad boy is gonna have, this one right here. This one right here. It's gonna have 3 Tree City, which is like a $25 card. This is gonna have. It's gonna have 2 special guest cards, which is very unlikely because those have a 1.5% chance of being in any given booster. But they're gonna be incredibly value ridden. This one, I can tell. This bad boy is gonna be loaded with value. But yes, I do this very occasionally. I open packs on stream very rarely. The last time I did one was for a set a long time ago, for one that was themed around D&D. And that was back when I lived in a different state. So I do these very rarely, but when I do, I'm always excited to share it with you guys. So why don't we see what we got, all right? First card, Night Whirl Hermit. 1/4 Rogue Rat. Threshold, not that great, kind of boring. Vigilance, gets +1/+0. That's not the greatest, but looks cool. Sonar Strike, 4 damage to target attacking, blocking, or tapped creature. You gain 3 life if controller bat. Not bad. I don't know if it'll replace Elspeth's Smite anytime soon, but it's not bad. Look at this guy, Alanio's Pathmaker. He's an otter wizard. I love his pose. It doesn't show up on camera very well, but he's got this like stomp pose. I don't know. He looks so silly. I love him. Enters exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Pretty straightforward. Scales of Shale. Lizard costs 1 less if you control for each lizard you control. So if you have 2 lizards, it's 1 black. Target creature gets +2/+0, lifelink, indestructible. Not bad. Like shedding, but backwards. So just got he's got this shale armor. I like it. He's good lizard stuff. Shriekguard Duo enters till end of turn. Target creature gets +X/+0 or +X, gains vigilance and gets +X/+X, where X is the number of creatures you control. Frog Rabbit. That's not bad. There are probably better things you could be doing for 4 mana, but that's not bad maybe for draft. Bark Form Harvester. I would say it's a squirrel. It looks like a squirrel, but technically it's everything. So this bad boy right here, this is an antelope. Yep. That's an antelope. Seed Pod Squire. Pretty basic. Target creature without flying gets +1/+. So he just supports ground creatures, but he's a bird. I do like how he's got his little mask. It doesn't show up on camera very well. I'm so sorry. The art is beautiful. My camera is not the greatest, so I take my word for it, right? Mask, very cool. I like the little touch. He's I don't know. Something about having a bird squire is really cool to me. Coruscation Mage, whatever that means. Is he flying a kite? That looks like a kite up there. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. There are a ton of cards like it. There's 101 cards that do the exact same thing. But this bad boy is an otter, so he's instantly better. Curious Forager, a squirrel druid. Okay, 2 and a green. Enters, you may forage. When you do, return target permanent from your group. Okay. So play it, you get to retrieve something. That's not too bad. That's again, there are better cards that do the same thing, but at least this one's a 3/2 body that goes with it. So that's not too bad. Feather Flight. Is that that's a lizard. That lizard has wings. they gave the lizard wings. Flash, enchant, enters, draw a card, +1/+0 flying. Okay. I mean, it's pretty basic. I love that it's a lizard with wings. Let's see. As he grasped the glowing feather, the lizard's heart soared, and the rest of him quickly followed. Oh, that's sweet. That's very funny. I like that. I like him. He's a good guy. Shoreline Looter. This guy was annoying. This guy was really annoying. I played at an event a few weeks ago. This guy was so annoying. Baseline can't be blocked, right? He doesn't deal a lot of damage. He's a 1/1. 1 in a blue. Can't be blocked. Okay, so you're getting 1 damage through. The catch, whenever he deals damage to a player, which he can always do because he can't be blocked, draw a card. Then discard a card unless you have 7 cards in your graveyard. So with this bad boy, you get to draw a free card if you attack with him. You have to discard, but you get a free card. Annoying. So annoying. Solid card. Solid card. The rare Starfall Invocation. Gift a card. Destroy all creatures. If the gift was promised, return a creature put in your graveyard this way in the battle. So it board wipes and lets you retrieve. That's not too bad. That's not the greatest, but for a board wipe, 3/2 white, that's pretty standard. Nothing too exciting. Got a Full Art Island, which is very nice, very exciting. And Intrepid Rabbit. Enters, target creature you control gets +1/+1. So, honestly, 2 and a white for giving a creature +1/+1 and a body is not the most exciting. Lastly, we got this, I think his name is Hugs. Yeah, Hugs, Grizzly Guardian. Big guy, big heart, big muscles. All right, not the most exciting first pack. Not the most exciting first pack, but that's fine. That's fine. I'm sure that this next one, this one right here, mad value, incredible value. Every single, this one right here, I could tell. This one is it's a fluke actually. It's like 1 in a 100 trillion, because every single card in here is mythic rare and special guest. And heck, there's even a show and tell, which isn't even in this set, but that's in here too. Incredible value. I'm just lucky to have it. You know, it's truly blessed. Truly blessed. Okay, off to a great start. I think that's a token. Bornplate Intimidator. Yeah, that's a token right there. Let's see this guy. Let's see this guy. Come on, move. Open. There we go. Oh, look at the little guy. It's a baby rat. That's a baby rat. Oh my goodness. Oh my, look at him. Look at that little guy. He's so cute. When this creature enters, target opponent loses 3 life unless they sacrifice an element. It's a very angry baby, but he's a baby. I love him. I love this man. I love this baby. He is adorable. Is this one that's backwards? Yeah, this one's backwards. Whatever. Screw it. Well, I'm opening it the way they're coming in. So we got an adorable baby rat. We got Finch Formation, 2/2 Bird Scout, enters, target creature control against flying, 3 mana for a 2/2 with flying that gives another. That's not the greatest. That's not the greatest card. There are much better ways to give your creatures flying than with a Bird Scout that costs 3, but it's there. Got a Full Art Mountain, beautiful. I'm very happy to be getting these. I'd love to have a full set, like a deck that uses nothing but these Full Art lands. I'm very excited to be getting more of these. Oh hey, we got Balin. I have another version of Balin. That's great. Now I have a fancy version. I have this version. I can double them up. Hop 2. Oh, right. I forgot to read off the card. Oopsie. Red, green, and white. So it's three specific colors. Kind of just a commander card, which is kind of unfortunate because I don't play a lot of commander, but it is here. Tap 2 untap tokens, add 1 mana. So you get to turn your creatures into mana. You can tap 3 untap tokens and draw a card. Note that it says tokens and not creature tokens. So your treasures, your clues, your blood tokens, your clues, any token you have can activate its abilities, right? First one gets you mana. Second one gets you a card. Just 3 tokens, you draw a card. That's not too bad. That's not, for a token heavy deck, that is not bad. 4 untapped, but 3 counters on it. It gains trample. Doesn't have haste, but it gains trample. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I gotta figure out how on earth to position it the same way again, because that's unfortunate. Uh-oh. on earth? Okay, gods. There we go. That works. That works. I think that's about right, actually. The thing is, I have to be very careful with where my hands go so I don't bump it. But yes, Balin. Very neat. Very neat. It's a great way to turn your tokens into kind of extra value. Hop to it. Create 3 rabbits. Pretty straightforward. Rabbit, 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 3 rabbits. Finding a hidden patch of glowberries is almost as joyful as eating them. Almost. I love rabbits. Daring Wave Rider. Enters, may cast a target instant or sorcery with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard. So, for 6 mana, you get a 4/4 body that casts a spell. Again, not a super unique card, but I'm sure it has its place. Maybe Commander, but I don't see it doing much else anywhere else because 6 mana is a lot to pay. Blooming Blast. Gift a treasure. So I could give someone a treasure for, let's see, 2 damage to target creature. If it was promised. Also deals 3 damage to that creature's controller. Okay. Okay, so if I want to give them a treasure, if you create a treasure token, so it's not tapped, it's just a treasure token. I could blow up a creature and damage them to their face. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I can think of somewhere that I could put that. That's not a bad card. Especially for common or uncommon. Frilled Spark Shooter. 4 mana for 3/3 Lizard Archer. Menace, Reach, enters. Put a 1/1 counter if opponent lost life. 4 mana for 4/4 with Menace and Reach. That's not bad. You're pretty much paying for what you're getting, but it's not. It's equal value. It's not good value. It's equal value. So like you're getting what you pay for, but generally, again, 4 mana is a lot to pay. You might be getting something better if you put your mana somewhere else. Mind Drill Assailant. Okay, that's a lot of mana for a rat. 2, a hybrid black-blue and a hybrid black-blue. As long as there's 7 more cards in your graveyard, gets +3/+0. So, best case scenario, you're paying 4 mana for a 5/5. That is better value. Right? That is better value. And the only ability is you could pay 3 and Surveil. That's not a great card. I could be wrong. I'm not the biggest authority on these. This does not seem like a great card. 4 mana for a 5/5 with no keywords, no abilities, except for the fact that you could pay 3 and Surveil is a little brutal. Kind of a bummer, because I love rats. Rats are kind of my pet project. I have a rat deck I've been brewing for a while. This will not find a place there. This is just, it could not find a place there if it tried. This is not a great card. 5 mana, 4 mana for a 5/5 would normally be good if it had any good abilities. This is not, I mean, surveilling's fine, but it's not what you really want to do for 3 mana. There are better ways to surveil. Polywallop, 3 and a green. Costs 1 less for each frog you control. Okay, this gets progressively cheaper. Target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature you don't control. Okay, so technically, if you're running a bunch of frogs, this bad boy could be a 1 green just creature removal. That's not bad. That's not bad. You need a lot of frogs and a really big frog to make it work, but you could absolutely make it work. Frogs have a good spot. Frogs are in a good position in this set. Steam Path Charger, 1 and a red for 2/1. Okay, that's good value already. Offspring 2, so if you want to dump 4 mana into it, you can get an extra little copy. And when it dies, it deals 1 damage to target player. 2 mana to deal 1 damage if it dies. I'm hesitant. I think it might have a spot somewhere. I can't think of anywhere I would put it. I think there are better cards that can cost 2, especially for lizards. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know the right spot for it. Starlit Soothsayer. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life, you surveil 1. 3 for a 2/2. Surveils 1. Okay, that's an alright way to fill your graveyard. Again, there are much better ways to surveil if you're trying to do that than with a 3 mana 2/2. But especially that relies on you gaining or losing life on your turn. So especially typically surveil is a blue-black thing. I don't know if this finds a home in surveil. At which point you'd only be keeping it around for the fact that it's a bat or a cleric, which there are better versions of both. So goodbye. Thistledown players. Mouse Bard. I already love that. Mouse Bard. That is adorable. Whenever attacks, untap, target non-land permanent. Okay. 3 mana for 3/3. That's decent value. That gets you untap things when it attacks. That's pretty much all. That's pretty well-rounded. Not the most exciting. There are better mice. I have a mouse deck. I this would not find a place there, but I'm sure it's all right in like Commander. Again, kind of has a home in Commander. In hand, a sword to slay the frightful beast. In heart, these words to soothe your frightened kin. They're putting on a show. I love them. I love the mice of this set. Mind Spiral. Gift to tap fish. Target player draws 3. If the gift was promised, put target. 5 mana to draw 3 and stun a creature is not. That's not great value. That's not great value. 3 mana. Gift of food. Destroy target creature. Man, I don't know why you would. There's so many better ways to destroy creatures. 3 mana is never the good choice, especially if you're giving them something in the process. 3 mana is never the desired amount to destroy a creature. I can't think of many instances where you want to pay 3 mana in black specifically to destroy a creature. Murder's not good. Nocturnal Hunger is not the greatest, especially since it costs you life if you don't give them something. 13 cards per pack. Yeah, it says that there's supposed to be 14 or 15 per pack. What does this say? May contain these cards. Includes 1 to 4 cards of... Okay. Whatever. Yes. Yeah, it says 14 cards. You are correct. It says 14 cards up there. I knew it was somewhere on the pack. But technically, one of these cards is a token. So technically, one of these cards has no actual value. Well, they have value, but they're not like cards. These are cards that other cards use, if that makes sense. Because, like, for example, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. Finch Formation, right? It's a creature. It is a creature. It's listed as a creature. 2/2 creature. They have the ability Offspring, which just means if you pay extra mana when you cast them, you get a token that's a copy of it. So, technically, this card needs a token that is the same bird. And so they include tokens in every pack, but you don't necessarily get tokens for cards you have. For example, nothing I have calls a 1/1 otter with prowess. I own a card, just not in any of these packs. And the odds of it being in this pack are also super slim. Wildfire, also, I love the art for it. I wanted to mention that. Wildfire Howl, 1 red, gift a card, so they could draw a card. So for 3 mana, you get 2 damage to each creature. Okay, so it's kind of a low-end board wipe. If it was promised, instead, it deals 1 damage to any target and 2 damage to each creature. So, if you give them a card, you could deal 1 extra damage. I don't know about that one. There's probably a place for it. This is not the worst way to deal board damage. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how to feel about it. Personally, I don't know if there's anywhere I could really put it. Mountain, full art, love it. Love to see the full art lands. Very happy. Ooh, this guy's cool. Okay, Illuge or Illugi, the Shoreless Sea. Okay, 1, a blue. So for 4 mana, that's a lot of blue. You get an Elemental Fish. All right, interesting. Elemental Fish. His power and toughness are each equal to the number of islands you control. Okay. So he has no set number. Whenever he enters or attacks, put a flood counter on target land. It is an island in addition to its other types, as long as it has a flood counter. First instant sorcery, use spell. First cast costs blue less for each land you control with a flood counter on it. So, essentially, if you flood your own lands and turn them into islands, he gets real spicy real fast. I could brew something around him. He would be fun to brew around. He'd be real fun to brew around. Oh, hey, I got 2? Oh, neat. I didn't realize I got 2 rares. I got Camellia. I use her. I have a deck for her. Neat. Other squirrels you control have Menace. Whenever you sacrifice 1 or more foods, create a squirrel. And you can forage to put a counter on each squirrel. Pretty standard, pretty basic. Not the most powerful, but she's helped me out before in like some online games. Because, I mean, 3 mana is that's not bad. She's got good value. You know, you're paying 3 for a 3/3. That's already your basic. That's equal value. But she has Menace, so it's like slightly above. Other squirrels you have Menace. Other squirrels you control have Menace. Okay, that's better, but you need squirrels. And she makes squirrels for you. Like, she's full pro. This is a very, very versatile card. I like her. I like her a lot. She is a good card. I'm glad to have gotten her. Very glad. Brightblade Stoat. I like this guy too. He's a weasel. He's a weasel soldier. I like this guy. He's very funny. He's a very silly little guy. Plus, again, on terms of value, great value. 1 and a white for a 2/2. Okay, so you're paying collected mana of 2. converted mana cost 2 for a 2/2. That's your equal value, right? 2 for a 2/2. That's already equal. But he has First Strike and Lifelink. 2 for a 2/2 with those two abilities. Spicy stuff. Very, very spicy stuff. Like, if you're just going for cheap, maybe soldiers, great spot in there. Great spot in there. I really like this card. I kind of want to build around it because I like it so much. I have no idea where to put it, though. Spellgyre. 4 mana. Counter spell. Surveil 2, draw 2. 4 mana for those. Okay. Being able to choose an ability does help, but 4 mana for a counter spell or 4 mana for draw 2. 4 mana for draw 2 makes sense. That, like, I could see 4 for surveil 2, draw 2. That, I can see that being a thing. But 4 for countering a spell or that, I mean, I get that you're basically only ever going to use the second line. And if you have the mana, you might as well use it to counter a spell. So at that point, it does have good value. But I don't know. Even then, again, I still feel like there are better ways you can surveil than paying 4 mana. Moonstone Harbinger. 2 and a black for 1/3. Okay. Flying Death Touch. Okay, so that kind of balances out a little bit. Maybe a 2/3 would make more sense, but 1/3, okay. Death Touch does the job. Whenever you gain or lose life during your turn, bats you control get +1/+0 and gain Death Touch. Only triggers once. That's the catch. I was going to be like, wow, this would be a really fun card. If you build it right, you could turn a bat army into a very intimidating thing. Nope, it's 1 per turn. But giving all your bats Death Touch isn't bad. So technically, if you gain or lose life, which is what these bats typically do, he'll be a 2/3 with Death Touch and flying, and he gives you like, okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. For Bat Tribal, I could see that working. I could see that having a home. Rabbit Response. That's fun. That's a fun pun. Ah, you got me. Oh, you got me. 2, a white and a white. Creatures you control get +2/+1. If you control a rabbit, scry 2. Okay. That's a card. That is a common if I've ever seen one. That sure is a common. 2, a white, so 4 mana. To give your creatures +2/+1. There are better ways. There are much better ways. Like, there's, I think, like, for 3 mana, you can just give all your creatures +2/+2, which is inherently a better card. So, not like, sure, if you have a rabbit, you scry, but you don't, scrying 2 isn't really worth the extra mana. Okay, Steam Path Charger, we already looked at him. He gets that, he dies, he deals damage. Pummelflower Sharepot. I got a couple of copies of this already. Enters, you create a food. I would like it if this was considered a food, because that would have much better value. Unfortunately, it's not, so you just create a food. And you can pay an absurd amount of mana. That right there is 5 mana, and destroy a non-land permanent, which isn't bad, except it's at sorcery speed. So, it's a draft card. This doesn't. I don't know how many other places this is going to have a home. Maybe in like a food commander deck, but that's pushing it. The 5-drop does help, but I personally think it would be better off if it was, when it enters, create a food, artifact, food, pay, sacrifice, gain life. Like, I think that would be a much more efficient way of going about it, but who am I? Longstalk Brawl. Okay, is he fighting with a... That looks like a leak. That right there, that looks like a leak. Gifted, so 1 green, gifted tapped fish. Choose a creature you control, put target creature you don't control. If you gave your opponent a fish, your creature gets a 1/1 counter. Those creatures fight. So for 1 green, you can have creatures fight, and if you give them a tapped fish, your creature gets a little bit stronger. That's not too bad. If you're trying to go for fighting, typically people go for like just dealing direct damage because that's much more efficient. But if you're specifically trying to fight things, this is not a bad way to go about it. For one mana, that's not bad. That's not bad. I don't know many other ways to 1-drop fight things. Dire Downdraft, 3 and a blue. This spell costs 1 less if it targets an attacking or tapped creature. Target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of its library. Okay, so for 3 mana, rather than 4 if you get that discount, for 3 mana, you get to return something to the library, top or bottom. That's a thing. Yeah, 3 mana is a steep price to pay. Yikes. Quickwing's elite flyers were more than capable of navigating ordinary storms, but Dragonhawk storms were anything but ordinary. Maybe we'll see Dragonhawk. Maybe Dragonhawk will make an appearance in the next pack, right? Because obviously we have some fortune telling right here. We have the future being told right here. So clearly we're going to see it in the next pack. Bonebind Orator, 1 in a black for a squirrel. Warlock Bard, that's an interesting combination. Squirrel, Warlock, Bard. Not that those are 3 words I didn't expect to ever see together. 2/2, so 2 for a 2/2, that's your basic value. And you can pay 4, exile it from your graveyard, return another creature from your graveyard to your hand. 4 is a lot to pay, but I guess you're getting a body out of it in the process, so And Night Whirl Hermit again, the same like kind of low value rat that isn't that exciting to get, but it's there. So far we've gotten, that last pack probably had the best value. I mean, it had 2 rares in it, which is always very nice to see. Very excited to see that. Honestly, I would like to actually start getting through them where it's common, common, uncommon, rare, rather than going from rare to the commons. We get a hand reveal today. I know, very exciting stuff, but I have I had to, you know, I have some packs that I really wanted to I have a couple booster packs that I wanted to share with everybody. So like I felt like this is the only way I could go about it. And so I did have to spoil my hand reveal. Normally I would save that for a big event, but oh no, my social security number. Yeah, just like a couple packs. Not too many, but I've been waiting to get these in and then open them for a while, so I'm excited to share it with everybody. What? No. Well, it's just a couple. You guys are freaking out over nothing. You're freaking out over nothing. Don't even worry about it. All right, fish. Wahoo! It's a fish. Whoopee! How many good pulls? I think our best was from this last pack, and it was because we got this guy, which is very neat. He turns your lands into islands and gets stronger because of it, and he reduces your spells because you have islands, so that's pretty cool. And Camellia, which personally, I'm a big fan of her. Squirrel Warlock turns your food into squirrels. Like, I really like that. I have a deck that's going to use her, so that was a nice one to find. But we've only gone through 2 packs so far. 2 packs. So all this value is, we're just sitting on gold here. We're sitting on gold. Fish. All right. Saver. Oh, I have this one's not bad either. This is the Camellia is going in the same deck as Saver. 2, 1 in a black, in foil no less. Target creature gets -2/-2, which isn't always that great, but you also get a food, and it's at instant speed. So this has value, especially if you're working with food, because there's not a lot of ways to destroy a creature or remove a creature that also gets you food in the process, or that uses food. Like, there are ones that use food, like this one, fish. But this one actually is pretty cool. I like this one a lot. Full Art Swamp, very pretty. I was just gushing over the beauty of these cards. I am so happy that because I got the bundle with the booster box, I got like what was it, like 10 different full art cards. I'm so happy to have these, and then each pack has one. I'm ecstatic. I'm so happy to have more full art, more of these full art lands. These are amazing to see. Our rare is Valley Might Caller, a Frog Warrior. Okay. Oh, I know this one. This one's actually pretty fun. This one's real fun. 1 green. So this is a 1-drop. 1-drop with trample, right? And you might be wondering, okay, if he's one drop with trample, what's he, a 2/2? No, he's a 1/1. But here's the catch. Whenever another frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel enters, specifically you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on him. So if you have a frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel, if any of those enter, he gets stronger. He grows bigger. Yeah, and that triggers off of any of those. So if you have a squirrel deck, if you have a raccoon deck, if you have a frog deck, he works in all of those. He is a very fun card to see. I'm very happy to have Valley Might Caller. Very happy to have that guy. I've been thinking of places to put him for a while now. Oh, Dewdrop Cure. I love the art. I love the art for this card. I talk about that. I do that for every card. But I swear, I particularly love this one. This is adorable. Look at he's a little injured mouse, but he grasped for the dewdrop to give him sanctuary. I just like, it's so cute. It's so cute. 2 in a white, gift a card, right? Okay, 2 in a white. What do you get for doing that? return up to 2 creatures with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So for 3, you resurrect 2 straight to the battlefield. That already, great value. Great value. 3 mana to resurrect 2 cards straight to the battlefield, amazing value. Yes, it limits them to having mana value 2 or less, but that's fine. Because if you gave them a gift, you know, if you gave them one card, if you said your opponent can draw 1 card, you get to return 3. You can resurrect 3 creatures. Sure, they don't have a whole lot of value, but that's still 3 creatures for 3 mana. You're basically paying, assuming each creature you targeted was mana valued 1, or mana valued 2, right? You would be getting a huge discount. You'd be spending 3 mana for six mana worth of creatures. That's great value. Heck, if you don't have enough creatures, you don't have to give them a gift. You could just get 2. Again, love this card. Art's adorable. Actually, solid card. Very happy to have it. Stormcatch Mentor. Red and a blue, or a blue and a red, for 1/1 with haste and prowess. Okay. There are better ways to get haste and prowess, but he also reduces instant and sorceries. So, solid attacker, solid defender, and he reduces the cost of your spells. And he's an otter. All round, amazing. Love to see it. Love to see it. Otters, great value. Moonstone Harbinger, we saw him earlier. He showed up earlier. Nothing too exciting there. Just boosts your bats. Curious Forager, we saw this card as well. Veteran Guard Mouse. 3, and then a hybrid red-white. For, what does it do? Becomes a target of, so as Valiant, it gets +1/+0 first strike. Again, I have a mouse deck. Doesn't see play there. Not the greatest, especially since a lot of mice care about being like 1 or 2 mana. 4 mana is a lot to pay for a mouse that becomes a 4/4 with, like, 4/4 with first strike is decent, but there are typically better targets you could throw in there. Longstalk Brawl, again, that's your 1-drop fighting spell. Pawn Prophet, just a frog advisor, always love to see it. 2 for a 1/1 is okay, but he enters, you draw a card, and he's a frog, so this is like I keep forgetting the name. There's a dog. There is a 1 and a white dog enchantment that draws you a card when it enters. It's a 1/1. It's very similar, basic idea, but this one's specifically a frog, so good for them. Frog, Fwoggy, Nettleguard, 3/1 for 2. I like him. I have him kind of as like I think he would be a sideboard card for me because he's a mouse soldier for 2. He's a 3, so this is good value, right? 1 and a white for a 3/1 mouse. Okay, that's already decent value. But he has the added ability of if you target him with a spell or ability, he becomes a 3/3. So he gets a little bit tougher. The main reason I don't have him in the main mouse deck and instead he's a sideboard card is because he has the added ability of being able to pay 1 of any color, sacrifice them, and destroy an artifact or enchantment. Right? So you're getting a creature, a pretty decent creature for cheap that can also be used to remove problems, right? Like that's amazing value. Sideboard card for sure, but amazing value. Thought Shucker. Okay, this one's a little different. 1 and a blue, Rat Rogue for 1/3. Okay, he's gonna be a blocker. You can pay 1 and a blue, put a 1/1 counter on him, and draw a card. Okay, so he can become stronger for 2 mana, but this only works if you have 7 more cards in your graveyard. So you need things in your graveyard for him to become a 2/4. Oh! And his ability, it only works once. He becomes a 2/4, and that's where he stays. Put a 1/1 counter on Thought Shucker and draw a card. Activate only if 7 more cards are in your graveyard, and only once. Not once per turn. Not once per glorious smooch upon your soft pillowy lips. It just says once. So you get to use his ability to bring him up to a 2/4. Which, at that point, essentially, if you have Threshold, right? If you meet Threshold, you're paying 4 for a 2/4, and you draw a card. That's pretty garbage value, especially for Rat Rogue. That is garbage value. Goodbye, Rat Rogue. What is going on there? Hang on, I gotta enhance. Oh, okay. I dig that art. That is cool art. So, Psychic Whirl, 2 and a black. Target opponent discards 2 cards. If you control a rat, surveil 2. Okay, so if you have a rat, that's not too bad. So for surveilling, if you're doing rat tribal for this set, that's not a bad card. making them discard 2 for 3. That's already a standard thing. Traditionally, I've seen a lot of cards that do a similar, like 2 and a black, your opponent discards 2. And then you get the added benefit if you're running rats. Even a single rat. Like, that's not bad. That's not bad. And the art is very cool. Like, I love the colors. Like, it's very psychedelic, but, like, it's supposed to be. And I believe it's art of a... I want to say that's art of a rabbit kind of going through the emotions there. Kind of losing their marbles. Lastly, we have Pleated Provisioner. Bird Scout. 4 and a white. Yikes. Okay. For a 3/4. Okay. Enters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. That's not good. That's just bad. 5 mana for a 3/4. Technically, it could hit itself. To give another creature that already has flying 1/1 is you don't want to be able to spend 5 mana in a traditional game. That's not great. That's just not good. Also, I didn't realize this, but there's a little surprise on the D20, right? So this is your 20. This is a little maple leaf. You know the special surprise? You know the very important, very cute, very, 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 very important surprise here? Ta-da! It's a paw! The 1 is a paw! The 1 is a paw! Look at it! Look at that! That is adorable! That is so cute. I heard rumors about the D20 having a paw, but I didn't know it was on the 1. They never put something on the 1. They always put something for the 20. But that's amazing. I love it. I will never, ever feel bad about reaching 1 health because it's going to be like, oh, God, I got pinged by a lizard. Oh, look at that. It's a paw. And then I die and lose. But look at it. I don't know. I needed to share that because I love that. I love that little thing. Such a cute little touch. Okay. This is a full pack. Every single card in here, every single card in this pack is 3 Tree City. Just different variants, different art. Some art you guys didn't even know existed. That's just how rare of a pack this one is. But rabbit. Oh, that's actually a very cute rabbit. Okay. That's an adorable rabbit. All right, you got personally. Uh-oh. I did it again. The cord is in the way. Uh-oh. Enhance. Okay. We angled it. Personally, I would prefer if they had a big dewlap because I think rabbits with huge dewlaps are adorable. But this is fine too. It's a little chubby rabbit. Okay, got Sword Charter, 3 and a white for 3/1 Bat Cleric with flying. Okay, 4 mana is a little rough for 3/1, but it has flying, I guess. Beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life, look at the top 4 cards. You may reveal a creature with power 3 or less, put it into your hand. Okay, 4 mana for the opportunity to fish a creature that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Maybe Bat Tribal. Big maybe. Overall, not the best, not the worst. It's mid at its finest. Swamp, full art. Ooh, foil no less. Ooh, very nice. I love getting foil full art. That's great. Clement, the Worrywart. Frog Druid. 1 green, blue for 3/3. That's great value. 3 for 3/3. We love seeing that. Vigilance. Okay, that's already better. When it or another creature enters, return up to 1 target. You didn't hear or see anything. Don't worry about it. Enters, return 1 creature with lesser mana value to its owner's hand. So he bounces creatures to your hand, and he turns your frogs into mana dorks. Frog mana. Yeah, I would love to build a commander deck around him. A frog commander deck built around Clement. That would be amazing. Got Tangled Tumbler. Okay, this is actually one I haven't really seen before. 3 mana. Oh God! Every time I keep forgetting. I cannot risk bumping this thing. It moves way too much, and I'm scratching my hair no less. Okay, carefully creep it in. Okay. 3 mana for a 6/6 vehicle. That's not bad. 3 for a 6/6. That's with vigilance no less. Okay. 3 mana. Put a 1/1 counter on a creature. Okay, so that's just a base ability. You could just pay that mana and put a counter on a creature. And instead of having a traditional vehicle piloting cost or crewing cost, you can instead tap 2 tokens, and it becomes an artifact creature. So you you could technically pilot Tangle Tumbler with nothing but clues or blood tokens, which is very, very interesting. Because it's like supposed to be a tumbleweed with angry raccoons in it. You can kind of make them out there with like spears and broken glass kind of poking around it. But you could technically pilot it with anything you want. We back. Welcome back. I got Clement. Frog Druid. Turns your frogs into mana dorks. Frog Druid. Nothing else too exciting. Tangle Tumbler lets you turn any of your tokens into piloting it. Storming over here. It actually just finished raining over here, and now it is brighter than it has been all day. Man, it was rough for a little bit, but it cleared up real fast. Ooh, Lupin Flower Village. I'm actually very happy to see this, because these bad boys, these are very, very interesting lands, right? These are very interesting lands because, right, traditionally they enter and they tap for a colorless, right? That's all it does. For most instances, you pay nothing. It's a land that comes in colorless, right? But if you're casting a creature spell, you can tap it for white. It comes in untapped and immediately can be used for creature spells. And it has the extra ability of being able to spend mana, sacrifice it, look at the top 6 cards of your library, reveal a bat, bird, mouse, or rabbit, put it into your hand. So you lose the land, but you get to fish for a card at the top 6. This bad boy has a home in my mouse deck. Very, very glad to see these. Very glad to see these. It's actually a flood warning for us tonight. 8 to 10 inches of rain. Dear God. Okay, make sure... You know what? That just means you can have an extra cozy night. That just means your night is going to be so cozy. So what if you have a dog that needs to be let out? Let him be soaked. Random old lady. Well, hang on. Random old ladies are either the most reliable when it comes to weather or the least reliable. So you got a mixed bag there. There's a 50-50 chance. Consumed by greed. 1, a black and a black. Okay. No, the squirrels are falling into the bog. No, I loved them. Oh. Okay. So 3 mana. Target opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. If a gift was promised, return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. That's not bad. That's not bad. There are better ways to go about it. But for 3 mana, making your opponent get rid of their biggest creature, and you get to possibly retrieve your own card, that's actually not bad. I think I looked at it before and I was like, eh. But looking at it now, that I can see some value in there. Specifically because a lot of the time, at least currently, some of the biggest creatures are hard to hit. Like they might have ward or indestructible or hexproof or something. Less so hexproof nowadays, but they could technically still have hexproof. This kind of gets around it by just making your opponent sacrifice them themselves. It's like this actually not too bad. Not too bad. At instant speed too. That's okay. Okay. I see it. I see the vision. I see the vision. Splash Portal, 1 blue. Exile target creature you control, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. If that creature was a bird, frog, otter, or rat, draw. That actually solid. Actually solid card. 1 blue to flicker a creature. It is that sorcery, which is, if it was instant, this would be a much, much, much better card. But 1 blue, and specifically because a lot of frogs in this set have triggers that come off of them entering, you can get some very good value for 1 blue. That's a solid card. Old lady was very wrong. Weather app has 4 inches. You know what? Maybe the weather app's wrong. Maybe the old lady has some premonition. She might be seeing it in the future. You don't know. You don't know that. High Stride, 1 green. Target creature gets +1/+3. Gains reach. Untap it. Pretty traditional stuff. Pretty traditional stuff. One, like a cheap drop for a combat trick. But untapping it is nice. Let's see. Oh, he's a rabbit on stilts to get over the river. Oh, look at it. He's so tall. It takes a moment to find your stride, but once you do, you'll feel like a giant. From Briscoe River Guide. Ah, I love that. That's cute. She's the one causing the rain. Yep. I'm telling you, you never trust the elderly. Never trust the elderly. They're always up to something. They're always up to something. Treetop Sentries, 3 and a green for 2/4. Okay, that's pretty much paying itself off in a way. Enters, you may forage if you do draw. Yikes. 2/4 that eats something to draw is for 4 mana, no less. Maybe 2 mana. 3 mana is even then pushing it. That's not great. That's not great. Kindle Spark Duo, 2 and a red. 1 damage to each opponent. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, untap them. Okay. 1/3, so it's kind of like a, why am I blanking on their name? I'm blanking on the name. There is a, there's a wizard. Why am I completely forgetting? There's a wizard, 1 in a red, that does the same thing, except it's specifically instants and sorceries. Untaps, deals 1 damage. They're kind of like a, I don't want to say upgraded version, because they do cost more, but they also specifically care about non-creature spells, while he cares about instants and sorcerers. So they're a little bit more versatile, but they cost a little bit more. So, like, I can see them. It's a trade-off, but very, very similar card. I do like them. I do like them. Tempest Angler. You know, I know somebody, not to name names. I know someone that said they, quote-unquote, would. And, you know, I can see it. I can see it. That's not a bad call. 1, and then an Is It hybrid and Is It hybrid for a 2/2, and it just progressively gets stronger for each instant and sorcery you cast. Like, that's, again, pretty solid value. Just gets bigger. If it had haste or trample specifically would be better, but red and a blue is, yeah. You would? I mean, maybe if it was a little bit more feminine. maybe it was a little bit more feminine, but it looks rather masculine. That's not really what gets my goat. Personally, but I can see why somebody would. I could absolutely see why somebody would. Oh, another Saver. Okay, good. Saver is probably not something that most people get excited about, but personally, running a deck that relies on food, this is not a bad card to have. Thistle Down players, there's the Mouse Bard again, always happy to see them. And Sky Skipper Duo. Okay, 4 and a blue. Okay, 5 mana is a lot to pay for a 3/3, but maybe they do something neat, right? Maybe they make up for it. Okay, flying, and then when they enter, exile 1 creature, return it at the beginning of the next end. So for 5 mana, you get, it's not even flash. Bulk commons it is. That's brutal. Not even having flash really takes away from it. If it had flash, it might be playable. Even then, 5 mana for a blink effect for a 3/3 is rough. Like, there are much better ways you can go about it than 5 mana. But the fact that it's at the next end step and it's at sorcery speed is rough. All right, next pack. Food token, not my favorite food token, but they do still look quite delectable. Like, I think that's dandelion tea. They got a dandelion salad, fruit porridge. Like, that still looks just delightful. I really like the Unfinity food tokens. Personally, that's personal preference. Just like the carnival food was really cool. Banishing Light. Okay, we all know Banishing Light. We know it. We love it. It's in common now. Foil. Enters, exile, non-land permanent until it leaves. Straightforward. Super simple. Ton of cards like it. You know it. Everybody knows it. If you cannot find light in the darkness, create it. Ooh, I kind of like that. That's a solid line. But yeah, everybody knows it. I'm glad to have more copies because a lot of different decks use this, but good to have. Full Art Swamp, always glad to see it. And another Thunder Trap Trainer. This is actually the same promo card we got, except this is just different art. The promo card versus the traditional art. I personally like the promo card a little bit more. Promo card's a lot cuter. And I'm a sucker for cute cards. What can I say? But yeah, same abilities. Enters, you get to fish for a non-creature, non-land. Put it into your hand. For 2 mana. That's, again, 2 mana for fishing for a card and getting a 1/2 body is not bad. Thinking on it, I might have a space to put them, but that's a later thing. Otters might care about that a little bit more. Valley Rally. Oh, look at her. That's Mabel. Mabel's giving a speech, a rousing speech to gather the forces of the Bloomburrow citizens. Yeah. 2 in a red. Creatures you control get +2/+0. If it gives promised, target creature gets first strike. Okay, 3 mana for a board of 2/2 +2/+0 is not bad. It would be better if it gave him trample as well, but I would argue 2 in a red +2/+0. And if you gifted a food, your creatures also gain trample. Because maybe that's like, oh, they're energized, they're ready to go, rather than just like Okay, they're a little bit stronger. This one creature is better. This single creature is slightly better. I think trample for the board would be a lot more powerful. Even an uncommon. Like, it wouldn't be rare, but it would be uncommon. Driftgloom Coyote. Elemental Coyote. Kind of a bummer it's a coyote and not a dog, because, again, I have a dog deck I'm trying to put together. But I can work with it. 3 and a white. So for 5 mana, you get a 3/4. Okay, it's kind of paying itself off. When it enters, exile target creature an opponent controls until it leaves. If that creature had power 2 or less, put a 1/1 counter on it. Okay, so for 5 mana, you get a 3/4 body that exiles on enter. That's not too bad. Maybe 4 mana would be a little bit more forgiving, but 5 mana is a steep price to pay for that. Again, what was it? Banishing Light does the exact same thing for 3. Sure, it's not a body, but it's significantly cheaper, and it does the same thing. So, meh. Brambleguard Veteran, a Raccoon Warrior, 1 and a green for a 3/4. Okay, that's value. 3 mana for a 3/4. That's good value. Whenever you expend 4, so that's whenever you spend your 4th mana in a turn, raccoons you control get +1/+1 in vigilance. So that's a good board. If you're running all raccoons, I can see him having value there. But you need to expend, which is kind of tricky. And it's not a super powerful keyword, but if you want to run a raccoon deck, I could see him definitely having a spot. Because being able to board Anthem your raccoons, pretty solid stuff. Ooh, Persistent Marshtalk. I'm very happy to see this. I'm very, very happy to see this guy, and you'll see why. Remember how I was talking about how I have a rat deck that's kind of my pet project? Well, this bad boy is absolutely in there. Absolutely in there. Because 1 and a black for Persistent Marshstalker. He is a 3/1. Okay, 2 mana for 3/1. That's already pretty decent value. But he gets +1/+0 for each other rat you control. So he could easily be a 6/1 or a 7/1. Sure, he stays at 1, but that's a big number. And whenever you attack with 1 or more rats, if you have 7 or more cards in your graveyard, you can pay mana and return him to the battlefield tapped and attacking. He is annoying, and I love him for it. And I have a rat deck that is absolutely going to use him. I'm really hoping to get more copies of him. He's a great card for me to have. Fountain Port Bell, pretty standard, just more or less just a draft pick. When it enters, you search your library for basic land, put it on top, and you can sacrifice it and draw. So if you're going for sacrifice or artifact sacrifice or something along those lines, he definitely has a home outside of draft, but traditionally, you're mostly just playing him to get that land for 2 mana. Yeah, so it's all right. Druid of the Spade, 2 and a green for a rabbit druid that's holding a leak shovel, I guess. If you control a token, he gets +2/+0 and has trample. So he does actually have some decent value. 3 mana for a 2/3. That's already kind of paying itself off. But easily becoming a 4/3 with trample. Sure, it is basically a vanilla card at that point, which you probably have better slots for. But in draft or low power commander, I could absolutely see that having a home. Frilled Spark Shooter, 3 and a red for a lizard archer that enters with a 1/1 counter if opponent lost life. I think we looked at him earlier. So, because again, it was 4 mana for a 4/4 with Menace and Reach. Like, that has value, but there are better things you can be doing with that mana. Moonrise Cleric, I love the art for this. It's so colorful. For a bat, that is very, very colorful. I love that. 1 and then an Orzhov hybrid twice for a 2/3. So 3 for a 2/3 with flying. That's okay. When it attacks, you gain life. For all of the bat effects that trigger off of gaining or losing life, not bad. Not bad. That is a solid card. Not super powerful, but all right. For bats, at least. Scale of Shale, we all know it. We've already seen it. Cost less for each lizard, +2/+0, indestructible lifelink. Like, again, solid stuff if you're running some aggressive lizards. Crumb and Get It. I love Crumb and Get It. It's a fun name. It's got a pretty decent ability. Actually pretty solid ability. 1 white, gift of food, so you can give them a food. And if you do, your creature gets indestructible, and the base ability is your creature gets +2/+2. Like, for 1 mana and giving them a food, giving your creature indestructible, pretty decent value. Actually pretty decent value. Indestructible better than hexproof too. So, like, yes, very nice. Mind Spiral, well, not better, but in a lot of scenarios, it is very nice to have. Protection from a color is the best. But anyway, Mind Spiral, we already looked at it. 5 mana for stunning a creature and drawing 3 is a little rough. Like, I've seen cards that cost 2. Like, or I guess I've seen cards that cost 3 and you draw 2. Costing 5 and drawing 3 is... I don't know. You're paying a lot for not a whole lot of change. Star State Cleric. Baby Bat. I love the colors I chose for this. And that looks like it's... I'm actually not super sure of the medium. It kind of looks like colored pencil. But some of the strokes look almost like paint. So I'm actually not sure. But it's very pretty. I love the art for it regardless. Oh, nice. A Voil Persistent Marstalker. That's amazing. I love to see that. I already talked about how much I love seeing them. That's great. Foil Full Art Land. Very nice. Valley Flamecaller. This one's a little spicy. 2 and a red. If a lizard, mouse, otter, or raccoon you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals that much plus 1. So basically, all of your lizards that are like, oh, I die, I deal 1 damage to you. Oh, now deal 2. Plus however many Valley Flamecolors you have. So like, fun card. I am looking forward to playing around with him, seeing where I can put him. Feather of Flight. That's a lizard with wings once again. Reptilian Recruiter. Okay, this one's new. 5 mana for a 4/2. When it enters, choose a creature. If that creature's power 2 or less, or if you control another lizard, gain control of it. Okay. So you get to steal a creature if you have a lizard. So if you have another lizard, your lizards, I guess, recruit another creature. I kind of dig it. 5 mana is a lot to pay, but you're getting a 4/2 body out of it. So that's, and it can hit any creature. Rather than hitting specifically like, oh, if its mana value is 3 or less, if its power is 2 or less. Being able to hit any creature is solid. 5 mana is a lot to pay. That is a lot for that ability. But maybe like a single copy in a lizard deck. I can see that. Hazel's Nocturne. Ooh, I love the squirrels made out of leaves. Oh, that's so pretty. Okay, 3 and a black for an instant. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. Okay. That's more of a commander thing by being able to hit the whole table for 4. For 4 mana, you're gaining 2 life, but your opponents are losing a collective 8. Like, that's not bad. On stormy autumn days, the leaves in the trees chitter and whisper. I could absolutely see that being a line for like a D&D, like cursed or haunted forest. I like that. Rust Shield Rampager, 3 and a green for 4/4. So 4/4/4/4. Okay, that's value. Offspring 2. Okay, so you could pay 2 and make it a total of what, 6. This creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less because he just barrels through them. Okay. I mean, as unfortunate as it is, maybe this has a place in standard. Maybe. As like an aggro thing. Unfortunately, there's a much better card that costs significantly less, and it's I think it's like Iron Leaf Elf or something like that. There's an elf that can barrel through creatures with power 3 or less, and it's a 5/5. Like, it's a brutal card. It is a very brutal card. This one maybe has a spot in standard. Conduct Electricity, 5 mana, deals 6 damage to target creature, 2 damage up to 1 target creature token. 5 mana to blow up 2 creatures is rough. that is a rough cost to pay. Head of the Homestead. I love this art. I'm so glad I finally have a copy of it. Surprisingly enough, out of all the packs I've opened, this is the first one I've pulled. But it's in this art style of Peter Cottontail. Like, that's so cute. That is so cute. I mean, look at it. And then, I mean, to make things even better, 3 a Selesnya hybrid twice, for 3/2. But it enters, you get rabbits. You get 2 rabbit creature tokens. So for 5 mana, you're getting a collective. What would that be? 2 1/1s and a 3/2. Like, that's decent value. 5 mana is a lot to pay for that. But it's like, if you're going off of tokens, this definitely has a home there. And interrupting a rabbit folk dinner is a most grievous offense. If you must do so, bring gifts for the little ones, or bring a shield. Oh, gods. They're gonna shank you for interrupting dinner. Honestly, I don't blame them. I'm quite hungry. Sun Shower Druid. I do think this art is really funny. Like the guy is just like, you can't even really make out his expression. That's the funny part is the druid's expression. But it is a frog druid for 1 green. When it enters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. You gain 1 life. For 1 green, you can bounce this bad boy as he works in frog tribal. He's 1 green and he can progressively make your frogs bigger. That right there is a solid card. Uncharted Haven. Choose a color. Add 1 mana of chosen color. Actually, not bad. I honestly didn't even realize this land was in here, but I don't hate that. Being able to turn it into a land that you need is pretty. I like the versatility of it. Agate Blade Assassin. Enter whenever it attacks, each defending player loses 1 life. You gain 1 life. For 2/1, or sorry, for 1/3, for 2. That's all right value. Turn 2, so you can attack turn 3. You get the ping trigger off of it. For lizards, a lot of lizards care about dealing damage and causing your opponents to just indirectly lose life. This isn't too bad. This is not a bad card. I kind of dig it. I've thought about actually integrating it into a lizard deck. Carrot Cake. You can't really see it, but you could barely make it out right there. I love their silly expressions. I love the rabbit's silly little expressions. Like, cake. I love it. I love it so much. And, I mean, it's 1 and a white for an artifact. Food. Enters, you create a rabbit and scry, and you can sacrifice it as any food. I do love it. I think it's a fun card. I love the art for it. I would love to have the full art card of this, just to see those silly little rabbits being silly. And we got Nightwell Hermit. The trashy, garbage, boring, stinky rat rogue that we hate seeing. The vermin man. That vermin boy. Alright, this bad boy. This one right here is going to have Yggdra. The card I've actually I think it would be cool to have, but it is $25 to own. So I do not. But it would be cool to have. So, let's take a look. Ooh, what is that? Is that the Season of Embers or something? Season of Bravery? What is this? Season of Loss. Oh. Pretty. Very pretty. Very pretty. Clifftop Lookout. Enters. Reveal top card of your library until you reveal a land. Put it on the battlefield tapped. Brush on the bottom of your library. Okay. I mean, 3 mana for getting a land in with it. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. My full art land. Oh, hey, we revealed cards till anyway. And our land. Ooh, Fountain Port. I'm very happy to see a Fountain Port. This bad boy. Okay. Here's why I like it. Right. Incredibly versatile. Incredibly versatile card. Here's why. It's a land. It enters untapped, so you could play it. It's a land. It taps for colorless, which is meh. I mean, colorless is colorless, but you could pay 2 mana, sacrifice a token, draw. Okay, so it's a land that you could tap for mana, or you could tap it and a little bit of mana into it, draw after sacrificing a token. Oh no, I don't have a token. I'll pay 3, pay a life, and I create a fish token that I can then sacrifice later. Or I can pay 4, tap it, and create a treasure. So if I have excess mana, I dump it into this. I now have permanent extra mana. Right? If I don't spend all my mana, I can dump into this bad boy and get a token that I can use for later. Like, this is a solid card. This is a very solid card. Short Bow. 2 mana for a 1/1 artifact. Gives them Vigilance Reach equipped for 1. Like, that's not bad. I can see this having a home in some artifact decks. But, I mean, it's honestly, it's very well-rounded. 2 mana for 1 equip that gives them 1/1. Like, that's everything you'd expect. It's just not powerful. So I don't think I have anything that uses it, but I could absolutely see that having a home somewhere. Okay, Starseer Mentor. 3, a white, and a black for a 3/5. Okay, 5 for a 3/5. That's standard stuff. With flying and vigilance. Okay. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain or lost life, target opponent loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Okay, maybe like a single or like a double copy of this bad boy in a bat deck that cares about you gaining life and stuff like that. Okay. Brambleguard Captain. At the beginning of combat of your turn, target creature you control gets +X/+0, where X is Brambleguard's power. Interesting. 4 mana for the ability to boost another mouse, preferably because they have Valiant, and this would trigger Valiant abilities. Give them +X/+0. I could see that being really powerful if it also gave them Trample. It's the same thing. We're like, okay, Brambleguard Captain is going to inherently give a creature +2/+0. but they're not going to have trample, so it's not really going to be able to transfer over. They could chump block with a 1/1 fish if they so chose. So I could see it. Maybe if you were able to bump up a creature that already had trample. Bark Knuckle Boxer. Whenever you expend 4, he gains Indestructible. 2 mana for 3/2 that can get Indestructible pretty easy. I can see that's a raccoon card right there. That's absolutely a raccoon card. I'm getting tempted to build a raccoon deck. That would be fun to build around. Alania's Pathmaker. Again, very silly little pose. I do still like it. 3-tree mascot. Pretty boring. Just I mean, technically this bad boy is a, I don't know. He's a fish and a coyote and a road runner and stuff like that. You get the idea. He's everything, and he just filters mana once per turn. So, really only a draft piece. You don't see. I wouldn't really. I probably won't see him any other places. Maybe Commander. If it's like tribal, because technically he would trigger tribal. Cash grab, 1 and a green for an instant. Mill 4, put a permanent from among these into your hand. If you control a squirrel or return a squirrel, create a food. Okay, I mean, it plays into what the squirrels like doing, which is milling, filling the graveyard. So kind of like a squirrel-only thing, especially since that second ability it's not the greatest, but 2 mana to mill 4 and return a permanent is meh. Technically, you could do the exact same thing for 1 green, and it's milling 3. For 1 green, you can mill 3, and you gain 2 life off of it. And you're returning, like, it's the same thing, it's just better. So this is like it's a downgraded version of that, if you want to do the same thing, I guess. Glade Dive Duo. Enters, each opponent loses 2, you gain 2. Okay. I just realized, Forge is going to be a nasty card. I only just realized. That is going to be insane with, is it called Tangled Roots? Something like that. There's a card from Murders of Markov Manor that what am I thinking? Whenever a card, permanent. Whenever a permanent leaves your graveyard, it could just be card. I think it's permanent. Anyway, whenever a card leaves your graveyard, you create a plant, and then you put a 1/1 on each plant you control. Right? That gets very out of hand very quick. I only just realized that being able to forage means that you're able to very easily burn things from your graveyard just by using that ability. I might play around with that. That actually could be huge. Glade Dive Duo, a bat lizard. I don't know how that works out. For 5 mana for 3/3. Yikes. Enters, each opponent loses 2, you gain 2. 5 mana for 3/3 that pings your opponent for 2. Yikes. Maybe Commander. Maybe. Because again, that's a board damage to 2. Warren Elder. 1 and a white creature called 3. So 2 mana for 2/2. That's your value. And then you could just pump mana into it to buff all your creatures. That's not too bad. And it's adorable. I love the rabbits in this set. I think they have probably the cutest art. As much as I love rats, as much as I love mice, I really, really like the art style for the rabbits, just in general. Finch formation, we've already seen it. And early winter, 5 mana, exile target creature. Target opponent exiles an enchantment they control. 5 mana is a lot to pay, but being able to exile a creature is pretty spicy stuff. I do think there are better ways to go about it, though. I think there are cheaper ways. Sure, you can make them exile an enchantment. So technically, you could use that to try and get around, what's it called? 9 lives. But usually 9 lives relies on having other enchantments as well. So you could try doing that. It might be a sideboard thing in the off chance you run into a 9 lives combo. All right. I'm feeling excited about this one. I have good feelings. I have a very, very good feeling about this one. All right. Let's see. Ooh, I love that art. I actually really like... Is this... Yeah, Luminous Broodmoth. I love that art for Luminous Broodmoth. That's so pretty. That is such a pretty card. Okay. Dire Sight. 2 and a black. Surveil 2. Draw 2. You lose 2 life. Honestly, pretty solid way to surveil. 3 mana. Surveil 2. Draw 2. Sure, you lose 2 life off of it. But for that's really good value for a surveil deck or decks that just care about having things in your graveyard. That's not bad. It would be incredibly powerful if it was 2, but 3 is not a bad price to pay. Ooh, I love the Winterlands. Winterland Full Art Swamp. Very nice. Very nice. And oh, it's the special art for Clement. Nice. Hey, look at that. That's special Clement art right there. Okay. All right. I like it. I like it. Not the best card to get special art of, but I was thinking about making a deck specifically around him anyway. So there's the new art for him. All right. Wear down. 1 in a green. Gift a card. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. If a gift was promised, instead destroy 2 artifact. That's either a sideboard card. I think there are better ways to go about sideboarding. That's a pretty solid commander card, actually. Being able to blow up 2 target enchantments or artifacts. That's not bad. That is, for 2 mana, that's pretty solid. That is a very solid card. Parting Gust. Oh my goodness, are mice actually that small compared to them? Jeez, those are some big rabbits. I mean, I guess mice are generally pretty small, but I didn't even consider that. Okay, 2 white. Okay, that's interesting. 2 white. Gift a tapped fish. Exile target non-token creature. If the gift wasn't promised, return that creature to its owner's control with a 1/1 counter on it at the beginning. So basically, this actually has good versatility. 2 white, you can just straight up exile a creature, which is insane for 2 mana. Wow. 2 mana, 2 white specifically. It is 2 white. 2 white, you give them a fish and their creature is exiled. That's... Huh. I feel like that's going to have a pretty... I feel like that we're going to see a rise of that. I didn't even register that. Wow. That's scary stuff. Exiling creature for 2 mana is wild. Wildfire Howl, we looked at it. Otterball Ant, look at him. He's so happy. He's such a happy little guy. Aww. I love him. Okay. Oh, it's a sorcery. Okay. Create a 1/1 blue and red otter with prowess. If this spell was cast from anywhere other than your hand, put a 1/1 counter on that creature. Very interesting. It has flashbacks. So technically, if you dump a total of 6 mana into it, you get 2 otters and a 1/1 counter. So, I mean, I guess if you're going otter tribal, 2 mana for a sorcery that gets you an otter is not bad. That is not bad. Oh, War Squeak! War Squeak! Oh, I love War Squeak. Okay. War Squeak is a fun one because it's 1 red. It's just Hammer Hands. If you know Hammer Hands, this is just Hammer Hands with different art. 1 red, enchant a creature. Enchant creature. When it enters, target creature an opponent controls can't block. And the enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and haste. So basically, say I have a 1/1 mouse, right? Just a little guy. You have a 1/1 fish, right? I pop this bad boy onto my mouse. My mouse gets whatever triggers the mouse gets. He gets +1/+1, and your fish can't block. Now I can guarantee punch you in the face with my mouse. Very nice. Very nice. I'm very happy to have that. And it's called War Squeak, which I think is adorable. Take out the trash. 1 in a red. 3 damage target creature. If you control a raccoon, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Again, that's some raccoon stuff right there. Very, very easily, just like raccoon tribals thing. But 3 damage to a creature or planeswalker for 2. That's pretty standard stuff. And if you have a raccoon, you can cycle a card from your hand. That's not too bad. That is not too bad. There are cards that do very similar things. And being able to hit a creature or planeswalker, not bad. Any target would, of course, be the best, but the odds of them giving you a lightning strike and the card draw are slim. So being able to remove a creature and get a card, not bad. Junkblade Bruiser. I do actually really like the art for Junkblade Bruiser. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of colors, but I do like it. It's very I mean, it looks like it looks like it's colored pencil, and I guess I just really like the colored pencil look. Trample 4, so 4, 3, and sorry. Okay, start over. Bleh, bleh. 3 hybrid gruel. 4/5 with trample. Okay, that's value. That's value. Whenever you expend 4, he gets +2/+1. So he easily becomes a 6/6 just by expending. Like, that's... Yeah. Okay. I see him being fun. That's a raccoon card right there. When it enters and when you sacrifice it, you may search your library for a basic land, put it on the battlefield, tapped, then shuffle. For food, being able to what am I thinking of the word? Fetch a basic land. Not bad, especially if you put it in a commander deck that cares about food. Because 3 mana in anything other than a commander deck is a lot to pay for cycling for a land. That comes in tapped, no less. But you're also getting a food out of it. And if you're running a deck that cares about food or cares about sacrificing artifacts, you're basically getting 2 for the price of 1. That's not bad. That's not a bad artifact. Life Creed Duo, pretty straightforward. Actually not a bad card. I mean, 1 and a white for a 1/2 is kind of mid. But it also has the added benefit of gaining you life when a creature you control enters. So creature you control enters, you gain life, which triggers off a lot of bad things. So not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Light Shell Duo, I mean, look at how happy those 2 are. I love this art. 3 and a blue for a Rat Otter, or Ratotter, if you will. Enters, Surveil 2, it has Prowess. Again, pretty straightforward. There are probably better rats and there are probably better otters, but these 2 together are adorable. They are adorable. I love them. And Scale of Shale. We know it. We've seen it a few times now. Pretty straightforward. Just a good way to give a lizard tribal some extra little keywords. Next pack. Nothing of incredible value so far, but then again, the things of incredible value are all mythics. So mythics, and then there's a rare land, but I'm not really expected to see many, if any, of things of huge value. These are only play boosters. Scale of Shales, we've seen it. Polywallop, we've seen it. Run Away Together. Oh, this is the art for the thing I got, like the top of the boost. Okay, yeah, I do love it. I'm gonna bring up the. Here it is. Just because I think this art is absolutely adorable, and I think I feel much more confident saying that this one is colored pencil. I feel much more confident saying it. But I mean, look at that. Look at that. That is so cute. That's so cute. I love it. I love it so much. And they have flavor text. Nobody bothered to look for Lebo and Pola because everyone knew they didn't want to be found. That's actually really cute. And this is a reprint. This is not the first of its kind. They're always very cute cards, but it's 1 in a blue, and it returns 2 creatures by different controllers back to their hands. Solid in Commander. Pretty all right if you're running like something that cares about entering on your in a 60 card 1v1. Very cute. I'm very happy to have that. That art is so cute. Thistledown Players, we've seen it. Roughshod Duo. Okay, interesting. A Mouse Raccoon. 2 and a red for a 3/2. Okay, that's value with Trample. Very nice. Whenever you expend 4, target creature you control gets +1/+1, gains Trample. Okay. Okay. I see this being more of a raccoon card than a mouse card. Solely because, yes, it targets a creature, which is what the mice really like. But a lot of the time for mice, you aren't even getting to expend 4. Maybe 3. 4 is a lot to be expending on a turn for the mice. So, very cute. I do really like it. This art, actually, so cool. I do really like this art. Like they look awesome. I don't know. I like it a lot. It's not a bad card. Definitely more raccoon than mouse. And it gives them trample, which is actually that's some solid stuff right there. Okay. On guard, you inadequate excuse for a foe, challenged the mouse. Agreed the raccoon. I like that. I like that. Hidden Grotto, Surveil 1. When it enters, tap, add 1, tap, pay 1, just filter. Pretty straightforward, super easy. I got a couple of those. They're fun. They're fun. Pawn Prophet enters draw. Bright Braid Stoat. Love this little weasel. Very cute. Very nice. Bandit's Talent. Oh. Is this the first talent we've seen all day? Might be. When it enters, each opponent discards 2 unless they discard a non-land. Okay. Interesting. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if that player has 1 or fewer cards, they lose 2. All right, so bumping it up to... Okay. Beginning of your draw step, draw an additional card for each opponent who has 1 or fewer cards in hand. Scary. Very scary. That's going to absolutely have a home in a ton of discard decks. A ton of discard decks. 2 mana to discard 2. Spicy stuff. And then it just progressively gets better. That's scary. Rainbow Guard Veteran. We've seen it. We know him. Mouse Trapper. Okay. 2 and a white for 3-2 with Flash. Okay. Becomes a target speller ability. Tap a creature an opponent controls. All right. All right. I don't use him, but I could work with that. I could absolutely work with that. Also, love the design. Love that design. Like the cool cape, the whirring, the like tripping throwing. Like you know what I mean. I think that's cool. I like it. There's a rare. Oh, I was opening it that way. Okay, I was really confused. Like, why is there a rare? I normally open them from rare to bag. No. Okay, Valley Mite Color. We've seen them. Great card. Love seeing it. Awesome card. Full Art Forest. Very nice. And Repel Calamity. We haven't seen this one before. Repel Calamity. 1 and a white. Destroy target creature with power or toughness 4 or greater. At instant speed. Not bad. Not bad. That's a sideboard piece right there, but that's not a bad card, especially in foil. And we got Splash Lasher. He's just a little baby frog. He's a little baby frog. Look at him. He's so silly. He's a silly little guy. Man, we're almost at 2 hours, and I've gotten through maybe half the packs. I mean, things are going to speed up once we start getting more and more cards we've already seen. Like, once we start, like, okay, I've seen this, okay, I've seen this, okay, I've seen this, things are going to get a lot faster. But almost 2 hours is a lot longer than I thought. I'm excited. I'm happy. You know, if I had a whole... I would not complain about having the whole stream dedicated to opening cards. I would not complain. Oh, I know this guy. He's got a little silly of a face, but he reminds me a lot of Tink, and that's actually a very important thing to me, because Tink is one of my favorite D&D characters, and he looks very similar to how Tink was drawn. So, like, I'm actually very happy to see him. Baker's Bane Duo. Enters, create a food. Whenever you expend 4, gets +1/+1. Okay. I mean, meh. 2 mana to get a 2/2 and a food is not... That's not bad. But it becomes a 3/3 with no other abilities if you expend 4. So, meh. Maybe food commander, because there aren't a lot of other ways to get foods, at least to my knowledge. Ooh, okay. Full art land, by the way. Valley Flood Color. This one's actually got some heat behind it. This one's packing. Because it's 3 and a blue for a 2/2 with Flash. Okay? So 3 mana is a decent bit to pay for a 2/2. But the catch, you may cast non-creature spells as though they had Flash. So every non-creature spell, yeah, those bad boys, oh gods. Oh gods. I didn't even, okay, wow, I see why people like it. Sorry. So 2 and a blue, 2/2 with Flash. Basically, anything you cast that's not a creature, you can cast whenever you want. Whenever you want, for free. Not for free. Without worrying about whether or not you can cast it. You can just cast it. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, birds, frogs, otters, and rats you control get +1/+1, untap them. That is insane. Untapping for any non-creature... You could untap your creatures, they all get buffed. That is wild. That is a wild card. Jeez. I see why people like it. That is a spicy card. That is a very spicy card. I like it. Okay. Next one, Paw Patch Formation. Honestly, pretty big fan of this card. Pretty big fan of this card. You know why? Very solid sideboard card. Because 2 mana, destroy creature with flying. Just any creature that has flying. That dragon, dead. That bird, dead. That lizard that you gave wings, dead. Anything with flying, gone. You could also choose, if you don't want to destroy a creature with flying, destroy an enchantment. That enchantment that's giving your lizard flying, gone. Now your lizard plummets to the ground, dead. Or you can just draw a card and create a food. Very, very versatile card. This is a solid card. I have it on the sideboard for one of my decks. I'm very happy to have that. Mabel's Metal. 1 and a white for an instant. Okay. Target creature gets +2/+2. Up to one other target creature. Huh. I don't use this in my mouse deck. This, being able to target 2 creatures for 2, that's not bad. At instant speed is not bad. Huh. I might actually run that. That is a solid card. Because the thing is, mice care about being targeted. right? They do something when they are targeted by a spell you control, right? This bad boy targets up to 2 mice, which means you get both of those abilities and they get bigger and you definitely have mana left. Like, that is actually a solid card. Huh. I like that. I like that a lot. Blooming Blast. We've seen this one. 2 damage to a creature. You can deal 2/3 damage to their controller. Fell. Oh, fell. Not the most powerful, but honestly, spicy. 1 and a black. Destroy creature. That's as simple as it needs to get. Downside, it is that sorcery speed. You typically like having your creature removals at instant, but sorcery speed is workable for 2 mana, no less. Like, that's not a bad card. That is not a bad card. Bellowing Crier, that is a huge... Wow, that is a mouth. Jeezums. You could lose some keys down there. 1 and a blue. 2/1 when it enters, draw a card, discard a card. For a frog that you bounce, you could easily draw some cards. I mean, I would probably go with the Pawn Prophet over Bellowing Crier because you don't have to discard off of him. But if you want a 2/1 body, I guess he is there for you. Raccoon Rallier. What? 2 for a 2/2. There you go. Tap, target creature gains haste. Activate only as a sorcery. Not bad. Actually not bad. I don't know. I mean, for raccoons, you typically want to be spending mana to get that expend. But a lot of the raccoons come in very big. Being able to just give them haste, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Chuchi Mascot. There's our Antelope. Heaped Harvest. There's that food I was talking about. Daggerfang Duo. That's a new one. 2 and a black enters. You may mill 2. 3/2 with Death Touch. That's all you need to. That's all you really need. I mean, a 3/2 for 3 is value, but it also has Death Touch, so it's very intimidating, and you can mill 2. So if you care about doing that, not a bad addition. Not a bad addition. Peleated Provisioner. 5 for a 3/4 enters. Oh yeah, we looked at them. This one was like the garbage card that I hope I never see, and of course Hidden Grotto, which is all right. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. Man, I was just talking about, like, oh, wow, these things are going to get so much faster. This is shockingly slow. I'm not complaining. Don't get me wrong. I have no issues with this. I just know a lot of people might not be getting the same enjoyment out of it as I do. Food token, same as always. Low it. Head of the Homestead in foil. Very nice. Very nice. There's our Full Art Swamp. Love to see it. And Emberheart Challenger. Oh, great. This is one of the mice I was talking about. This is one of the mice I use. Emberheart Challenger. Why am I excited? Well, 1 and a red for a 2/2 with haste. Already solid value. Already 2 for a 2/2 with haste. Great value. Great. If you go first, and your opponent doesn't get a creature out turn 1, that is almost guaranteeing 2 damage to their face. But to make matters even better, it has prowess. On top of that, if you target it with a spell or ability, you get to exile the top card and play it until the end of your turn. So this bad boy gets bigger and can fish cards off the top of your library for you by just targeting it. That is a solid card. You can see why I love having it in my mouse deck. This guy gets value. Wishing Well. There's our second rare for the pack. Okay, very nice. Put a coin counter on Wishing Well. When you do, you may cast target instant or sorcery with mana value equal to the number of coin counters on Wishing Well from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. So basically, over time, you can start casting spells for free. For 4 mana, that's a commander card right there. I could see that being fun. I mean, you get to cast more cards, more instants and sorceries. So you could very easily get some free plays off of that. Just kind of play into a lot of prowess builds like that. I could see that working. Absolutely. Starseer Mentor, we've seen them before. If you gained or lost, each opponent loses life unless they discard. Overprotect, that's a new one. Target creature control gets +3/+3. In trample, hexproof, indestructible. For 2, actually not bad. Actually not bad. Typically, again, you get better value out of a 1-drop that protects your permanent, but 2 mana to buff a creature, give it hexproof, and indestructible, and trample. Like, I like it. I actually really like that. I didn't even realize this card was made. I really like that. Eddie Merc Crab. 7 mana for an elemental crab. That's a 5/5. It has flash. Costs 1 less for each instant and sorcery. So at minimum, you're paying 2 for a 5/5 with flash. Okay. I see it. Enters tapped if it's not your turn. Never mind. It's not a combat trick. I don't know why it having flash gives you any benefit other than maybe being able to being able to buff your opponent. When it enters, tap up to 2 target creatures. Okay, so I guess it could be a combat trick where you move to your opponent's turn, they play out their turn, they move to combat, at the beginning of combat, crab for 2 blue, tap down their creatures they can't attack, maybe? Huh. An elemental crab, so that doesn't really fit into any of the tribes either. Seed Pod Squire, we've seen it before. Sazercap's Brew, I know this one. The art is not my favorite. I don't know how to feel about how they represented a lizard right there, but it's not bad. I think the medium they chose is great. 1 in a red, additional cost, discard a card. Target player draws 2. If a gift was promised, your creature. Oh yeah, so you discard 1, draw 2. Standard stuff, but if you gift your opponent a fish for some reason, you also get to buff one of your creatures. So like that's actually not bad. That's not bad. It'll replace some cards, but generally a lot of people have already started replacing those with the power crept things anyway. So that's not a bad one. Veteran Guard Mouse, we've seen them. That's the Garbage Mouse. Madden Spiral, garbage card draw. Psychic Whirl, not a bad discard. Intrepid Rabbit, this is a new one. 2 and a white for a 3/2 with Offspring. When it enters, target creature gets +1/+1. 3 mana to buff a creature by 1 is not great. Not great. And Thought Shucker, which we've already seen. Garbage Rat that becomes a 2/4 that can't be blocked, I guess. It's there. That's a card that's there, I suppose. Oh, this one's damaged. Aw. At least the front is. Oh well. I'll live. It's fine. Just a little bit of a bummer. I don't know why the top of the pack is, because you can kind of see it like it's a little chewed up there. Either way. Pearl of Wisdom. Costs 1 less if you control an otter. So 2 mana to draw 2. That's not bad. 2 mana to draw 2 is a solid. Sorcery speed is a little slower, but that's not a bad one. Rapid response. Rabbit gods. Wow, I can't talk. Rabbit response. Not great. We already looked at it. Steam Path Charger. It dies, deals 1 damage. Kind of dookie. Bone Bind. Damage booster. It wasn't really a damaged booster. Hopefully the rest of the cards are okay, but like you can kind of it's a little tricky to see because my camera's garbage. But you can kind of see the top of the pack is a little chewed up, or the top of the card like right there, little chewed up. Not too bad. Like this is still very usable. Just kind of a bummer. The box had the worst of it. The box had a huge dent in the bottom. Yeah. Let's see if I can actually, because this is, yeah. I have done nothing to this box other than open it. I've done nothing to it other than open it. This is what it came like. Massive dent in the side. I would not be surprised if that pack was part of that section that got busted up. Thank you, USPS. Very cool. Very cool. Love the fact that they just, I guess, like, chuck the box across. I don't even know. I don't know. I can't believe they would do this. For my cards, no less. I paid an absurd amount of money for this because I love this set. I love this art. I love the concept. I play tribal decks all the time. Glad I don't need to deal with them where you live. Honestly, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I haven't really had this issue with Amazon. It was specifically USPS, which says a lot. The United States Postal Service not doing the greatest job, but I'll live. Either way. Hopefully we don't see any more damaged cards. Hopefully that was just like a one-off, like a little bit of a dent in the top there. It's still totally playable. Just a bummer to see. Bonebind Order. 1 and a black for 2/2 Squirrel Warlock Bard. That's... wait, haven't we looked at this one? Yeah. Exile it from your graveyard turn. Yeah, we looked at this one. Okay. I was about to make the same comment of like, oh, wow, Squirrel Warlock Bard. I don't know. Those are 3 words I never thought I'd see. Same thing. Not the greatest. 2 mana for 2/2 is a body, I guess. Polywallop. Seen it. I do think it's very silly. That is a frog fist right there. That is a frog fist right there. He's going nuts. And I mean, it's a pretty solid card. Just a deal bite card, I think. Deals damage for 1 green if you have enough frogs. Like that's pretty spicy stuff. Run away together. I still absolutely adore the art. I adore the story they're putting behind it. Ah, it's so cute. It's so cute. I mean, they're just running away together. So that's so cute. Brings me so much joy. The serotonin's off the charts. There's our what's it gonna be this time? This one's now a you know what? Let's do something traditional. This is an assassin. Wow, very cool. Wear down again. Very good commander artifact enchantment removal. I mean, giving an opponent a card. One of your opponents, you just give them a card, trash 2 artifacts, enchantments. That's some pretty spicy stuff. I like that card a lot. Coruscation Mage. This fellow's back. Yep, pretty standard stuff. Non-creature spell, 1 damage to each opponent. For 2 mana, that's not too bad. There are a ton of cards that do the same thing. Curious Forager, enters forward, turn target permanent. Yep, we've seen them, we know them. For their flight, that's a lizard that has wings. Always funny, always love to see it. We have Valley Flamecaller once again. Love to see it. I love buffing up the lizards or raccoons or mice or otters. Great stuff. They all get a little bit stronger just because he's here. He's like, you know what? You get them, guys. There's our forest. Very nice. Full art forest. Ooh. Oh? Okay. What's this treasure? Hang on. What's this treasure? Oh, that's adorable. But look at that. A foil camellia. Nice. Yeah, I'm actually again, I talked about it earlier. I'm building, I've kind of brewed a 60 card Pioneer food deck. She has a place in it. I'm very happy to have her. Sleeve it. I don't have the sleeves with me. I'm going to set her aside just so I can remember to sleeve her specifically. That's a fun one. The art is also so cool. You can just see her right there. I love that. That's very nice. I now have all the camellias I need. I don't need to buy one. I know, that's so cool. I do. I really like the alternate art for this set. Some of them never really jived with me. Traditionally, I do really like the alt borders. I really like the alt borders for this set. Some of them haven't really gotten to me, but this set specifically, I do really like this set. Early winter, we've seen it. Cash grab, seen it again. It's all right. It's all right if you're running squirrels, I guess. Specifically, just squirrels. Love the high fantasy feel of the set. I get it. I love high fantasy in general, but the fact that it's high fantasy and reflecting specifically around adorable animal tribes, that's my whole jam. Like I was already brewing a rat deck. I was already brewing a 60 card rat deck. I had already made a squirrel commander deck, right? I've already done all these things, and they just gave me so much more support for it. Like, I'm so happy with this set. I'm very happy they made it the way they did. That's why I got so many packs. I had to. I couldn't help myself with just the fact of what it covers. It is everything that I love doing in Magic. Ugh. Cute art, cute cons. It's everything. Got yourself your first commander deck. You wanted the squirrel one because it sounded cute, but it was sold out. Yeah, the squirrel commander deck sold out everywhere. I can't even find it on Amazon, which it's dire if I can't find it on Amazon. The one time I did find it on Amazon, that bad boy was a spicy $70, which is absurd. For a commander deck that doesn't have much value, that was absurd. Traditionally, I play more Pioneer than I do Commander. I can still see why things work in Commander, and I can still appreciate Commander, but I do typically play 60 card. So that's typically what I look for, but yeah, I want that squirrel commander deck. Specifically because it's going to have squirrels I can put into my commander deck, but you get the idea. And expecting a bundle to arrive tomorrow. Not a bad call. I did get the bundle. Can I say, bundle, absolutely worth it, because you get, of course, the foil full art lands. Very nice. But also, I don't know if you know this, because I didn't even know this. You have your D20, right? You have your spin down life counter. It has the traditional 20 being the set symbol, right? Everything you expect. Well, let me just tell you. If you end up taking enough damage to be put down to 1 life, you will never be upset again. Look at that. Yeah, you know what to expect. That is adorable. I love that so much. It brings me so much joy. It brings me so much joy. It is so cute. It is so cute. But yeah, I didn't even realize that. That was such a nice find. I knew it had the lands, which is mostly what I was excited for. Lands, the packs, but that counter was such a nice little addition. All right, Bellowing Crier, we've seen them. Kind of just like a slightly worse version of the Pawn Prophet. Kind of meh. Garbage Bird Scout. Raccoon Rallier, very nice. We like seeing them. Good, give our creatures haste. Tempest Angler, also a fun card. It buffs itself off of non-creature spells. Pretty spicy. Funnily enough, you got yourself some dice for counters of the same color before you knew that spin down was. Hey, now they match. You have a full matching set. Personally, I'm a sucker for the like semi-transparent spin downs, like the one from, why am I blanking on what it's called? The one from Wild's Veldrain. If you know that one, purple's my favorite color, so that one was especially good. But it was like somewhat clear. It had sparkly glitter in it. I really like those ones. Not my favorite color scheme, but the paw print does win me over. I won't lie, the paw print does win me over. Okay, Whisker Squill Scribe. 1 in a red. Comes with target spell or ability. You may discard a card if you draw a card. For 2 mana, you're better off just with the Emberheart Challenger in every scenario, but sure, it's there. Bushy Bodyguard. Enters, you may forage. If you do, put 2/1/1 counters on it. So if you forage, it's a what? 2 mana for a 4/3? No trample. You're sacrificing a food for a 4/3. That's not the greatest. Sure, it has Offspring, but that Offspring is gonna need to eat food too to be worth it. And even then, that Offspring comes with 3/3 with no other abilities. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Driftgloom Coyote, always a fun card. 5 mana to exile something. Rockface Village is probably the single like special land that I was most excited to see in this set. And if you don't know, these villages, I guess I'll call them villages, solid cards. If you're running creatures, primarily creatures like tribal stuff, very, very, very good to have, because they enter untapped. They can only tap for colorless, right? They only tap for colorless unless you're casting a creature, because they tap for the color of their choice, right? If it's Rockface Village, you tap for red. If it's like Leaf Print Village, it's taps for white. You get the idea. If you're casting a creature specifically. And this one's especially good because you can pay a red, target lizard, mouse, otter, or raccoon. Just straight up get +1/+0 and haste. Sure, you pay a little bit of mana, but being able to have a land that can tap for mana and that can be used to give, this is, I don't know. It's such a nice land to have. Specifically for me, somebody who runs nothing but tribal decks. All the various lands, they don't all give your creatures +1/+0 and haste. They all do different things. All of the like special unique lands for each of the colors do something different. You pay, for example, I could try and pull it, but it's buried up here. They all do something different. It's correlating to their color, right? The white one cared about birds, mice. What else is in white? Bats, and there's another color that's in white, or another creature that's in white. Birds, mice, bats, and what else is in white? Why am I blanking on it? Not lizards, not frogs. Well, either way, it cared about all 4 of those creatures, and it gave them like +1. No, you sacrifice it, and you got to look at the top 6 and put a creature of that type from among them into your hand. So like they all do something different, but they care about their color, which I like. Rockface Village, spicy card, very big fan. Like it a lot. Dream Dew Entrancer. I'm actually not familiar with this one. I don't recognize it. I've seen a lot of cards for this set. 2, a green and a blue. Frog Wizard, 3/4. Okay, 4 for a 3/4. That's generally okay. Reach, all right. Enters, tap up to 1 target creature, put 3 stun counters on it. If you control that creature, draw 2 cards. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know if I would necessarily put that many. Wow. Okay, geez. I don't know if I would necessarily put that many places, but I could see that. I could see that being like a two copy in a frog deck, because you're able to tap down one creature, tap it down for a few turns. If you bounce him, it could be worth it. Plains one is kind of bad. 2 colorless, 2 plains for a 1/1 human. The plains one? Are we thinking of the same plains one? Hang on. Leaf Pine Village. That gets you. It shouldn't get you a human. Lupin Flower Village. Oh, I actually found it right away. This bad boy. 1 and a white. Yeah, 1 and a white. Tap it to add it to. Oh, Castle Ardenvale. Oh, Castle Ardenvale. I completely blanked. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Lupin Flower Village is the white version of Rockface Village. Because Lupin Flower Village is the one that you pay 1 and a white, sacrifice it. You can basically shuffle the top 6, or scrape the top 6 to find something of a, let's see, bat, bird, mouse, or rabbit. Rabbit is the one I forgot. Yeah. And they do similar things for each color. Each color does something that correlates with their little set. Storm Chaser's Talent. Enters, create an otter. For 1 blue, 1 for a 1/1, that's typically your value. When this class becomes level 2, return an instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. 6 mana. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, create an otter. Ooh, that could get out of hand real fast. If you want a lot of otters, that would be fun. Actually, I wonder. There's no way. Sorry, I'm thinking a lot. I have a lot of thoughts right now. I'm thinking big thoughts. Could this technically be a win condition? Not to necessarily replace, because Shark Typhoon is a really good card. But it's 6 mana that does the same, like if you cast an instant or sorcery, you get a creature off of it. And sure, they don't have flying, they aren't as big as things from Shark Typhoon, but they have prowess. I don't know. I don't know if it would necessarily replace it. But I could see it definitely having a home in places instead of it, if you don't necessarily want to pay for a Shark Typhoon. Interesting. If you want to have an otter win condition, that could be fun. Full Art Island, Frilled Sharpshooter, Paw Patch Recruit. Oh, is a baby with metal armor, I guess. I like it. I love seeing the Offspring tokens. I do. I'm very happy to see more of the Offspring tokens. Now this one right here, I'm going to have both. I'm calling it right now. It's going to have both Yggdra, the very angry cat, and it's going to have 3 Tree City. 3 Tree City is going to be the rare, and then Yggdra is going to be the wild card. I can tell. I can smell it. I can taste it almost. Yeah, this one right here, golden pack. You see, you get it. You get it. Come on. Come on. Don't do this to me. Come on. There we go. All right. From the there it goes. From the top. Fish. This is a great sign. We love seeing the fish. And this next one, it goes fish foil token. Or fish token. Token foil land. Token. Crumman, get it, is our foil. Okay. I do think the card is still very silly. And this next one would be Yggdra. Nope, it is the land. I completely. This next one, full art foil. Okay, very nice. Yeah. I love the art for the set. If I said it for every card I thought was nice, I would never stop talking about how much I love the art. But this land specific is probably my favorite land. I love the colors. I love like the green fire kind of trailing off the tail. It's such a, I don't know. I love this specific land. The other one's still beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I love all of the full art lands. This one in particular though is probably my favorite. But the card after it, this bad boy's a Storm Splitter. Ooh, I'll take a mythic. I will not complain about a mythic. 3 and a red for a 1/4. Haste. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, create a token that's a copy of Storm Splitter. Oh. Oh. That's fun. That's a very fun one. Because, yeah, it's a copy of him. So for 3 and a red, you get a haste with 1/4, right? A 1/4 for haste, not the greatest, right? But, to envision with me here, right? Storm Splitter. I cast Opt. I get a copy of Storm Splitter. Let's say I cast Consider. I now get 2 copies of Storm Splitter. Maybe I opt into a cast down or something. Not cast down. What's the... There's a 1-drop that lets you bounce a creature to its owner's hand. I cast that. I now have 8 otters. And it compounds. Yeah, that's a fun one. I really like that. I really like that. Oh, that's fun. Especially with, there was one I got earlier. Red-green. I could see red-green. There was one I got earlier. It was an otter. Okay, I have to find... Yeah, there it is. Valley Flood Color. This bad boy would be insane with this fella. You know why? If you don't know, Valley Flood Color says you can cast non-creature spells though they had flash. Okay, that's neat. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, so that's your instants, that's your sorceries, that's your enchantments, what be it, birds, frogs, otters, and rats get +1/+1 until end of turn. Untap them. Valley Flood Caller, Storm Splitter. Opt. I get 2 Storm Splitters. Both Storm Splitters get +1/+1. So now I have 2 2/4s, or 2 2/5s. I cast Opt. I now have 4 Storm Splitters. 2 of them, like the early ones get progressively bigger, and then they get progressively smaller the more I go on, but they start stacking up. They don't have trample, but the point is you might not need it if you cast enough spells off of it. That could be very fun to play with. That could be very, very fun to play with. 4 mana is a lot to pay for him, but I can see the vision. That could be very fun to play around with. That, right? Okay. You see the vision. You see the vision. That's nice. I like that card a lot. I'm absolutely gonna be playing around with that. Brewing, if you will. All right, hop to it. Create 3 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens. Yep, we've seen this. It's typical. Blacksmith's Talent. This one's new. 1 red to get a 1/1 sword, or a +1/+1 sword. Okay. Okay. Pretty standard stuff. 1 drop for a sword. At the beginning of combat, attach an equipment to a creature you control. So for 3 mana invested, you can equip something for free. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. 4 mana during your turn, equip creatures have double strike and haste. Very nice, actually. If you're running equipments, this might be a must-have. By being able to just attach whatever you want and giving them double strike and haste, see, yeah. No, I think that has a good spot. I don't know how much, I guess, space a lot of artifact or equipment heavy decks are taking right now, but if you're running it, I could absolutely see like 2, maybe 3 copies in there for that. Even that second ability is pretty solid stuff. You don't need more than 1 copy out on the field because they don't compound in any way, but at least 1 on the field is pretty decent. Daring Wave Rider, we've looked at them before. Baker's Bane Duo, Kindle Spark Duo, Cinder and Cutthroat. That one's new. Okay. 2, and then Hybrid Rakdos, 3/2. Okay, 3 for 3/2. That's typically the value you want to see. Enters with a 1/1 counter if opponent lost life. Okay, so 3 for a 4/3. And it can gain menace. That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't know if I feel like there are probably better lizards you could be putting in a deck that do better things, but 3 mana for 3/2, that could very easily be a 4/3 that you can give menace. I can see it. I can see it. He's a hitter. He's a body. 3-tree Root Weaver, Mole Druid. In draft, I could absolutely see that having a home in draft. If you're able to ping your opponent remotely using like, when this creature attacks, deal damage. When this creature blocks, deals damage. At the start of your turn, deal damage. Like that, I could see that having a home. But outside of draft, I think it struggles a little bit to keep up. But yeah, 3-tree Root Weaver, Mole Druid, 1/3, tap for any color. That's the mana dork we know and love. That's a Mole Druid right there. I love all the silly mana dork types they've been giving lately. Like there's a frog, there's a mole. These are much better than like elf and like human or something like that. Halfling and boring stuff. I'm so much happier to see mole and frog and squirrel. Like that's yes. Starlit Soothsayer, we've seen them before. Kind of a cruddy Surveil. Waterspout Warden. If another creature into the battlefield under your control gets flying. 3 for 3. That's a draft card right there. That's a draft card. Banishing Light in common, always nice to see. And our 4th copy of Scales of Shale. Not the most exciting card, but it is there. My lizards are going to be so pimped out with their scales. They're going to be just absolutely covered in rocks. Flowerfoot Swordmaster. This is probably one of my favorite baby, like the offspring tokens. It's just so cute. It's a baby mouse. He's a little guy. That is so cute. I love this one so much. Right? That's great. And I have a deck that uses this, so I can actually use that card. Agate Assault. 3 mana, 4 damage to target creature. If it would die, exile it. Exile target artifact. This is another one of those things I think had better place in draft than it is going to be out of a lot of other places. Maybe standard, maybe, but not a lot of things care about, at least from what I know, there aren't a lot of decks in standard currently that care about putting things in the graveyard for resurrection. Namely, because that exile effect only really matters if you're trying to keep them from coming back. At least in my opinion. I could be way off, but in my opinion, that's all that really matters, is keeping them from being able to come back. Not a lot of decks do that. More of them just care about milling off the top of your library, surveilling into your graveyard, doing whatever, and then retrieving them using other means. Or like things get boosted up by having them in the graveyard. You aren't necessarily putting things in the graveyard, and for that 3 mana, you're not getting a lot of value. Sure, you get to exile an artifact, but again, there aren't a lot of things that recur artifacts, at least not in standard, and there are better ways to get rid of graveyards in every other format. So, it's here. It's a card. Full art. Foil Plains. Very nice, very nice. I believe this is Spring. Vren. He's here. That's a card. I love rats. Don't get me wrong. Rats, my pet project. I love building around them. Bring me much joy. Garbage rat. Trash rat, if you will. Why? 2, a blue, and a black. Sure, it's a 3/4 with Ward 2. That's good value. However, he has a fun ability. If a creature opponent controls would die, exile it instead. Very neat. Very cool. However, at the beginning of each end step, create X 1/1 black rats. With this creature gets +1/+1 for each other rat, where X number of creatures your opponent control that were exiled. Realistically, at most, you're exiling 1 per turn. Unless they're sacrificing their own creatures, this would be a counter to exiling creatures. Unless they're exiling their own creatures or sacrificing their own creatures or doing whatever, I guess by sacrificing it, they would be exiling it. You get the idea. Unless they're getting rid of their own creatures, realistically, you're not going to be trashing enough to get much value off of that second ability. Sure, you get a rat that is essentially a pack rat, or you could get multiple rats that are pack rats, but you're not going to be getting many per turn, and by the time you get the opportunity to maybe get a bunch off the board, he's probably just going to get popped. You know, Agate Assault would exile him and he's gone. So maybe I'm being cynical. I don't think it's worth it. There are worse rats in this set. That's not a great one, especially for a commander. In commander, he would do better because you could board wipe, hit multiple people. You get a lot of rats from that. But outside of commander, he's not going to hold up very well. Starforged Sword. 4. Wow, 4. Okay. This better be a decent one. 4. Gift tapped fish. If you gave your opponent a fish, you can attach it to a creature. Gets +3/+3, loses flying. Yikes. 4 mana for a 3/3 buff. And they lose flying. Like, sure, they might not have flying in the first place, but that's not the kind of trade-off you want to see. That's not a solid artifact. There are much better artifacts in this set. Stormcatch Mentor. We've seen this one. Again, great card. Reduces the cost. Gets bigger. Has haze. Like, this is a solid otter. Very happy to have more of him. Clifftop Lookout. He digs for lands. Bone Cache Overseer. Okay. Black. Pay 1 life. Draw a card. Activate only if there are more cards left in your graveyard, or so if you forage, you can pay a life and draw. That's not bad. That's actually not bad. Fountainport Bell, great in draft, maybe sacrificing decks, who knows. Roughshod Duo, that's more of a raccoon than a mouse card. Corpse Berry, he's so fat. He's a chunky little squirrel. He's just a little big guy. Oh my goodness, he's like chunky. Speaking of combat, you may forage. If you do, he gets bigger. He eats so well. He's a chomper. He's so big. He's a beefy boy. he's so big. Polywallop. Run away together. Once again, very beautiful card. Agate Blade Assassin. Very nice for just pinging your opponent just for attacking. Be better if I had a Death Touch, but at common, that's a lot. And Waxwane Witness. 3 and a white for a 2/4 with Flying Vigilance. Flying Vigilance, 3/4. Or 3 for a 2/4. Anyway. Whenever you gain or lose life, he gets +1/+0. Maybe a bat thing. I don't know. That seems like a very, very, very replaceable card. I feel like there are better bats you could be paying for 4 mana than one that can get bigger if you gain life. Because how many times you're realistically going to be gaining life in a single turn, right? How many times are you going to be gaining life in different instances to where he will trigger to get big enough? How many boosters? That's a great question. I think my mathed out was at 45. I think I ended up with 45 because I made the poor financial decision to get, to get the bundle and a booster box, and I saved them all up, and here they all are. We've been here for 2.5 hours, and I'm all for it. I'm very, very excited and happy to share these cards with everybody. Like, I waited specifically so I could stream it, specifically so I could share it with everybody, because this is something I'm very passionate about. I love talking about cards. I don't get many opportunities to do so, so I'm very excited to be able to share this with everybody. And again, things are going to be going faster now that we're getting to more and more cards that we've already seen. Roughshod Duo, Early Winter, Cash Grab, Bellowing Crier, Veteran Guard Mouse, Light Shell Duo, still very cute. Stormcatch Mentor, very nice. Hunter's Talent, look at him, he's just a little hedgehog. When it enters, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to creature you don't control. Okay, 2, that's pretty standard stuff. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 and trample. Okay. Beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw. Alright, that's not bad. That's not bad. Can have nearly like 7. Yep. I absolutely will. That's on top of all the other Bloomburrow cards I got from like pre-release. I spent way more money on this set than I ever had any right to. But that's what plasma donation money was for. I spent money. I donated plasma specifically so I could pay for more cards for this set. That's blood money right there. It's absolutely worth it. Absolutely worth it. Tangled Tumbler, we've seen it, we know it. Galewind Moose. This is an interesting. It's an elk. Well, it's a moose, it's not an elk. 6 mana for 6/6 with Flash, Vigilance. I mean, that's a mana sink right there. So that's not great. 6/6 for 6. I mean, it's you're paying what you're getting. Can't donate plasma or so. Uh-oh. That'll do it. That does do it. I mean, make sure to eat food with high iron. That's very important. They do check your iron and protein level every time you go to donate to make sure that you're good to donate. But yeah, if you have anemia, it's probably a good idea to hold off on plasma donation. I would advise it if you can. If anybody can, I would highly, highly advise doing it. Aside from the fact that you make pretty good money, it's also just a great thing. Like, it's very, very helpful for a lot of people to do. So I'd highly recommend it, but 5 vials. Uh-oh. Yikes. Yeah, you know, maybe you hang on to your blood. Maybe your blood belongs inside you. Maybe that blood shouldn't go anywhere. Osdumancer Adept. Oh, this is a neat one. This is the first for this box. Okay. 1 in a black for a 2/2. So 2 for a 2/2. Good value. Death Touch, even better. Until end of turn, you may cast creature spells from your graveyard by foraging, in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, creatures enter with finality counter on it. Very interesting. Okay. So he lets you basically resurrect your things one more time with a little bit of food in their system. That's not bad. That is not a bad card. Ooh, very pretty island. Very, very pretty. I love the colors they chose. Like, that's a very pretty island. We have Bushy Bodyguard as our as our foil. Very neat, very pretty. And then our we got art. Ooh, this is the Pawn Prophet. I remember this one, yeah. Pawn Prophet enters draw, hybrid Simic, hybrid Simic. Very nice. Now this one, this one's gonna be good. You know for a fact this one's gonna be good because it has that notch in the top there. That's always a good sign. That means it's easy to open because they want to make sure you're able to get to the high value, huge money cards in the pack, obviously. So this one's got it. This one's got all of the super rare cards. Magic related short showed up on your feed. It's about some game mode where you take old cards, draw on them. Yeah, I saw that floating around for a while. People were big fans of that. Just basically errata-ing their cards. So like for example, Kamalia could be errated to just say, let's see, other errata foods, 1/1 green squirrel creature token. Like you could screw around with something like that, but you'd ruin old collector cards. Yeah, I mean, typically from what I've seen, people don't do it like on actual old cards. They do it on like, for example, some bulk cards that might have no purpose anywhere else, but are fun to errata to have that fun little trick. Like, what's something I wouldn't mind trashing? Peleated Provisioner. Garbage card. Absolutely awful. 5 mana for a 3/4. Enters, you put a 1/1 counter on a creature with flying, specifically. That's not great. But maybe you could errata it to say... You could errata it, so it's just 1 white. Keep flying. Let's see. What could I screw around with here? Oh, that would be fun. So errata. Okay, 1 for a 3/4 with flying. Okay, here's what I would do. 1 for a 3/1 for a 3/4 with flying. When enters, cut all of that out. Cut all of that out. No, put 1 counter on anything. And then you go in the flavor text. Cut this out. Go to drop land. Cut down on cut head. So it would be 1 mana for a 3/4 with flying. When enters, drop land on head. just for fun. Just for fun. Like that, you could screw around with stuff like that. Like that's, I can see the appeal from that perspective, but on actually useful cards, I don't get. Like for fun little trash things, I go for it, Okay, Agate Blade Assassin, we know it, we love it. Great card. Sunshower Druid, very nice. Still very silly. I used to think, nah. Dazzling Denial, solid counterspell. Actually a pretty solid counterspell. If you have birds, great stuff. Banishing Light, you know it. Frilled Spark Shooter, Starlit Soothsayer, good food. Moonrise Cleric, Shoreline Looter, still very annoying to play against. Very fun to play with. Hits, you draw, discard unless you have 7. Another Stormcatcher Mentor. I'm gonna have so many I'm gonna be so mentored. Another Hunter's Talent, very nice. Kamalia, that's a 3rd one. I don't need a 3rd, but I'm glad I have her. Holy oh, dear God. Okay. Huh. That's a foil Storm Splitter. Huh. Wow. Garbage card. Trash. A foil Storm Splitter. I don't know the value of that. Hang on. I'm gonna do a quick Google search. Give me TCG player. Because I don't think Storm Splitter's super valuable, but I know he's probably a fan favorite. Let's see. Base Storm Splitter. Oh wow. So base Storm Splitter is going for a solid 474 market value. So what market price? Oh, marketed at $5.30. And then can I sort it to be foil perhaps? Because it doesn't let me. It doesn't let me see what foil is going for. At least not necessarily. Printing foil. There we go. Foil. Okay, it's $6. That is a bump. That is a bump up. Not by a whole lot, but it is more. That's very nice to see. Okay. I can't complain about that. 2 Storm Splitters. Very nice. I might actually be able to brew an Otter deck. I mean, I was thinking about making one a while ago. I was like, oh, I want to be able to make as many tribes as possible. I think that'd be very fun to do, but I'm not sure how many cards I'll have. I don't know how many I want to buy after all this, but I might have enough otters to brew an otter deck. All right, Skyscraper Duo. We saw these, kind of dookie. Warren Elder, still love the art, not bad. Sazza Caps Brew. Gift of Fish. Yeah, we know this one. This one's nice. I actually really like that one. Nocturnal Hunger. This is a new one. 2 and a black. Oh, no, we've seen this one. Yeah. Lose life, destroy a creature. 3 mana for destroying creatures is never worth it. Never worth it. Unless you get something huge payoff, which losing 2 life is not a huge payoff. Druid of the Spade. Easy 3 mana for 4/3 with Trample. Shore Up. I like this one personally. Very fun card. Why? 1 blue. Target creature gets +1/+1. Hexproof. Untap it. Just a great 1-drop to protect a creature that's already in the field. If you don't want to dump mana into countering spells, you can just protect your creature instead. Another copy of Saver. Very nice. Teapot Slinger. Whenever you expend... Oh, that's actually not a bad burn. That is not bad burn. Whenever you expend 4, 2 damage to each opponent, sure, it triggers once per turn, but if you're spending mana, that's not a bad way to just burn out your opponent a little bit. Plumcreed Escort. Is that a hummingbird? Oh, that's very pretty. I love the, like, I think those are like the wing flaps around it. That's very, very pretty. 1 and a blue for 2/1 with flash. Okay, 2/1 with flash and flying. Target creature gains hexproof. That's not bad. Actually not bad. Hexproof and a 2/1 body for 2. That's a solid card. I like that. Flowerfoot Swordmaster, great. I use them. I use them in a deck. That's very nice. That's actually perfect. And I have their token, even better. Another Overprotect. I actually like that card. That's a solid card. Another Valley Flood Caller, very nice. Very nice. Come and get it in foil, and look at the guy, he's so angry. Not bad, not bad. What is Valley Flood Caller going for? I feel like that one's up there, right? Valley Flood Caller. Market price. Oh, actually not too expensive. That's surprising. It seems like that would combo with stuff very easily, but I guess not. It's 50 cents. Marketed at 85. Huh. I'm still going to use them. I don't need it to be a super rare, super expensive card to easily get use out of it. Heck, I think Valley Flood Caller could still be terrifying if built right. But hey, if it's not going for much, it just means I could get a playset if I really wanted to. Because I mean, being able to cast your sorceries at instant speed is wild. All right, my light is. Hang on, hang on. My light is actually. It's getting dark real fast. Uh-oh. Ah. Light. Cool. That made such a difference. Oh wow, that changed everything. You can really see all of the beautiful art now. I'm so glad I turned on the light. All right. Let's get back into it. Intrepid Rabbit. Already have it. Might of the Meek. I like this card a lot. I use this in a deck. Yippee. Why, you might be asking. Why, dear Bagel, why do you use this card? Well, it's quite simple. This bad boy right here is a 1-drop that gives a creature trample. But if that creature happens to be a mouse, you also get +1/+0. That creature gets +1/+0. And you just draw a card. So it buffs a creature, gives it trample, and you draw. Well, it buffs it if it's a mouse. So it buffs mice, gives all creatures trample, and you like that's solid stuff. That's a fun one. I run that in my mouse deck because I'm able to target a mouse, give it trample, give it +1/+0, and I draw a card off of it. And it activates prowess. Like that's right? For 1 red, that's a at common no less. That's not a bad one. Sure, if you're not running mice, the second ability doesn't really do you a whole lot of good. Just paying 1 to give a creature trample isn't great. But I mean, there's already a card that does the same thing. Literally pay 1, give a creature trample, draw a card. This one just happens to have the added benefit of giving it +1/+0 if it happens to be a mouse. So like, there's a place for it. There is a place for it. And I know that place is with other mice. Thornplate Intimidator. We know this one. We know I have the Offspring token for it. I actually haven't pulled this card yet. 3 and a black. Welcome back. Welcome back. We've gone through a few things while you were away. So Thornplate Intimidator, 3 and a black, 4/3. So 4 for a 4/3. That's the value you're looking for. Enters each opponent. Oh wow, I forgot I could do that. That's wild. Uh-oh. Ignore them. Ignore him. Ignore the little man. Okay. Ignore the Amogus. I thought it would be funny to put it there. I thought it would be real funny to put it there. And I keep it there to keep me company. Hang on, I gotta... Oh, God. It's so precariously balanced. You don't understand the jank setup I have here. My webcam is mounted haphazardly to my... to my mic arm. My thick Amogus. I have him. I always have him on my desk. I always have him on desk. I'll keep him here. Well, here, I'll have the important part right there. I'll keep him here to, as a paperweight. There he is. Just to give the people what they want to see. Oh yeah. He does. He's very special. So basically you can ping your opponent unless they sacrifice a permanent or discard a card. Pretty straight stuff. Nothing too exciting. 4 mana for that is a little rough, but you get a 4/3 body off of it, which is actually not bad. Baker's Bane Duo. We know that one. Shore Up. Still very happy to have that. I like this card a lot. Warren Elder. Buffs all your creatures. Saver. Can kill a small creature and gets you food. Nettle Guard. Sideboard Mouse. Very nice. Repel Calamity. Sideboard creature removal. Very nice. Coruscation Mage. We know this one. Just pings your opponents whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Ooh, Lilypad Village. What does this one do? Okay, so this is the blue variant that taps for colored mana if it's a creature. I'll just call it part of the village. This is the blue village cycle. So pay 1 blue, surveil 2. Oh, that's it. You just surveil 2. Okay, that's actually not too bad. But you can only activate it if one of the chosen species entered. So you can't do it for free, but okay. For the common good, create X tokens that are copies of target token you control. Then tokens you control get indestructible. Oh, very fun. And you gain 1 life for each token. That's a win condition right there. That's a commander win condition, but it is a win condition nonetheless. Because it is XX, so you have to pay, if I wanted to create 3 tokens, I would have to pay 7 mana. Because that's 3, another 3, and a green. And I would get 3 tokens out of it. Sure, all of my tokens get indestructible, and all my tokens give me 1 life, but that's still a lot of mana for a very, very strange payoff. But that's a commander win con. Foil Full Art Forest. Very nice. A foil War Squeak. Yippee! I use War Squeak. I'm happy to have it. I got some copies of Hammerhand, which is the exact same card as War Squeak, but I would love to use War Squeak instead of Hammerhand. Because War Squeak is cute. And Hammerhand is just kind of... it's a magic card, right? War Squeak is an adorable magic card. Hammerhand's just a magic card. So, obviously there's one real winner there. There's the Chubby Rabbit token. Always very nice to see him. He's here. Foil Junkblade Bruiser. There's our Hallmark Raccoon card right there. Foil Full Art Mountain. Very nice. Wick. This is probably the only rat I would consider building a commander around in this set. Wow, this camera quality is garbage. Sorry about the quality. I do apologize. It seems like it's gotten a lot worse. Either way. I wonder if I could use my phone light as a substitute here. Hang on. I'm going to see if I can improve the quality here a little bit. Just a smidge. Let's see. Boop. Phone light. Let's see. Does this make it any better? Slightly. You get shadows now, but especially since my hand's going to be right here. But it is slightly better, so that we'll work with that. All right. But why would I be interested in actually building around him? Well, sure, he dips into blue, black, and red, which is decent for commander. But whenever he or another rat enters, create a snail if you don't control a snail. Otherwise, put a 1/1 counter on each snail you control. Then you can pay Grixis, so blue, black, and red, sacrifice a snail. He deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to each opponent. Then you draw cards equal to its power. So if you had, for example, a snail that was a 5/5, and you paid that mana and you sacrificed your snail. Snail, good, bye-bye. Bye-bye, snail. He deals 5 damage to each opponent, which in Commander is going to be 3 other players, and you draw 5 cards. Like, that's a decent card to build around in Commander. Any other format, kind of garbage. But Commander, he definitely has a home. I could see that being fun. Tangle Tumbler, sorry. Repel Calamity, Crucifixion Mage, Overprotect, Says a Cap's Brew, Tempest Angler, Cash Grab, Pearl of Wisdom, Daggerfane Duo, Crumb and Get It, Waterspout Warden. All things we've seen before. Some of them definitely have more use than others, but they're all here. And we are about halfway through. we have a few packs to get through. Again, that one alone, probably a sign of how much faster these things are going to be getting now that, I mean, we've seen, I want to say we've seen most, if not all of the commons and uncommons. We've seen a lot. We've seen so many of them. I would be shocked if we are going to be slowing down very much. Token. Ooh, I actually have that card now. Very cool. I do like the art. I think the art is very cool. I love the like dark, foggy colors. I'm a sucker for like foggy monsters that kind of loom in the shadows. Like that stuff has always been really, really cool to me. Foil Sazakap's Brew. Okay. Full Art Mountain. Lunar Convocation. A white and a black. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. Okay. Beginning, because it's the end step, that's kind of meh. Beginning of each end step, if you gained and lost life, create a 1/1 black bat with flying. Interesting. It's kind of specific with needing to lose and gain life to get a bat that doesn't even have lifelink, but I guess it's there. Mudflat Village. This is the Black Village. Same exact abilities, but 1 and a black, tap, sacrifice, return. Oh, well, this one's kind of boring. Yeah, I want to say Rava, Silver Scale. Is it okay to call you Rava? I think you pointed out the black one's kind of the meh-ist, and it is. 1 and a black, sacrifice it, return one of those types from your graveyard to your hand. Like, yeah, there are a lot of better ways to do it than losing a land in the process. Like, most black cards printed in this set do that exact same thing, and you don't lose a land for doing it. That one's kind of, if you don't need it, you don't need to put it in there. Downwind Ambusher. Oh, this is the Skunk Assassin. I've seen this one before. I think it's one of the few skunk cards in existence. 3 and a black for 4 for 4/2. Okay, that's not bad. Flash enters. Choose 1. Target creature opponent controls gets -1/-1, or restore target creature that was dealt damage. So honestly, that could have a home in a lizard deck. The lizards who are like pinging your opponents for like 1 damage to your opponent, 1 damage to their creature, whatever. You could just straight up kill them, maybe, if your skunk comes in. They're, again, things that rely on killing creatures that were dealt damage are usually kind of meh, because you need 2 sources. So 2 different cards, usually it costs 2 different sources of mana, to deal damage and then kill a creature. Typically not worth it. You get away with just using one card to do the same thing, but a 4/2 body off of it isn't too bad. Splash Portal, always very nice. I mean, it's a flicker effect that gets you a card draw. Whisker Quill Scribe. Oh, this is one that discards and draws. Okay. Moonrise Cleric. Sticky Tongue Sentinel. Okay, this one's actually new. When it enters, return up to 1 target permanent you control to its owner's hands. You don't want it to go to your hand. You want it to go to exile and bring back. That's meh. I mean, does it have flash? It does not. So it doesn't even redeem itself there. Roughshod Duo, Raccoon card, Saver, good food and creature removal. Wax Wane, Shore Up, very nice, and another Hidden Grotto. All right, man. I didn't expect we would be going this long. I'm not complaining. I was like, man, I'll probably have to end up playing some Arena, which I don't mind, but like people don't like watching Arena, so I'll probably have to play Arena, So I'll just fill in the extra time, but I'll be able to open it with some magic cards. This is much nicer. I like being able to open cards instead. This is very nice. Ah, well, there's the art for one of the cards I hate the most in this set, so that's cool. I'm glad I have that now, I guess. Foil Daggerfang Duo. They mill when they enter, and they're a pretty decent body, actually. Swamp, full art. Portent of Calamity. What on earth is that? Let's see. X and a blue. Reveal the top X cards of your library. For each card type, you may exile a card of that type from among them. Put the rest in your graveyard. You may cast a spell from among the exiled cards without paying its mana cost. If you exile 4 more cards, put the rest in your... Oh. Oh. I don't know if you're seeing the vision I'm seeing, but you could easily cheat out some very scary creatures with this. Heck, you could technically combo this into an Ulamog if you really wanted to. Because you get to cast one of the cards without paying the mana. Wow. So if I knew for a fact if I scryed and found that Ulamog was my top card, I could pay 2 mana and cast Ulamog. That's terrifying. There's no way. Have people found out about this yet? Because I feel like this, I mean, it's probably not the most powerful out the gate. It's 9 cents. That's wild. Am I misreading it? Reveal the top X of your library. For each card type, you may exile a card of that type from among them. Put the rest into your graveyard. You may cast a spell from among the exiled cards without paying its mana cost. Creatures are a creature type. Creatures are a card type. So you could technically cast a massive creature for super cheap if you have the mana and the knowledge that it is up there. That is wild. That is actually... Huh. I feel like this has potential to be a nasty combo piece. I might brew around that. That has potential. That absolutely has potential. All right, Bandit's Talent, that discard plays off discarding. Parting Gust. I'm going to reiterate this because I think this card also has some serious value once people realize. I could be way off. I could be wrong. But being able to pay 2 mana and giving your opponent a fish and just exiling their creature, just gone. It's not until this leaves. It's not bounced until their next turn. It's just exiled. It's just gone. 2 white mana. Sure, it's white mana specifically, but 2 white mana and a fish to do that feels like it has really good value. I could be crazy, but yes, there are ways that you can do it with a 1-drop, but those rely on you having exclusively planes or Sword to Plowshares, which isn't legal in a lot of formats. Like this being 2 mana is a little bit more balanced, and you give them a fish, but that's... I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I feel like that has good potential. Okay, we got another Bone Crush Overseer. Good 1-drop Squirrel. Hazard Herbalist. We haven't seen this one, actually. 2 and a green. Whenever you attack, target creature you control gets +1/+0. That is a token, also gains Death Touch. Beh. +1/+0 when the creature attacks. And Death Touch if it's a token. Meh. Another copy of War Squeak. Very nice. Junkblade Bruiser. We know this guy. Polywallop. Cool. Frilled Spark Shooter. Starlit Soothsayer. Intrepid Rabbit. Lightshell Duo. All right. We're starting to burn through them. I think there are probably some more uncommons. Obviously, rares and mythics that we haven't seen. I would bank on just having more uncommons that we have missed. Because obviously, we're not going to be able to get all of the rares and mythic rares. Because those, I just don't have enough packs to do that. And I've already gotten enough doubles that I don't think it's possible. But we'll see. Uncharted Haven. Foil. Very nice. Full Art Mountain. Love to see it. Salvation Swan. This is a fun one. I do like Salvation Swan personally. It's got Flash and Flying. 4 mana for a 3/3. Okay, you're kind of getting screwed off with that. But Flying and Flash do help make up for it. And when it or another bird you control enters, exile 1 creature you control without flying. Return to the battlefield under its own control with a flying counter at the beginning of the next end step. So basically, if you play a bird, you can then turn one of your creatures into a bird. Sure, they get exiled, but they get brought back, so your entering triggers happen. and they get flying. So like that's all value. Heirloom Epic, very cool. We know this one. You get to put the mouse to, well, actually I haven't pulled this one yet. So here, 1 mana for an artifact that says 4 tap, draw a card. However, instead of paying 4 mana, you can tap any number of creatures that are equal to 4. So for each mana, this ability's activation cost, you may tap an untapped creature rather than pay its mana cost, or you control rather than pay its mana cost. So for example, if I had 4 fish, I could tap all 4 fish, put them to sleep with an heirloom with a story, and I get to draw a card. You get to put your creatures to sleep to draw a card. Very cute. Wondertail Mentor, red and a green. Whenever you expend 4, put a 1 counter on it. Tap for red and green. Red or green. You know, for raccoon, that's not bad. That's a good mana dork for raccoons. Harnesser of Storms. Whenever you cast a non-creature or otter spell, you may exile the top card of your library. Until the end of turn, you may play that card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Of course it does. Lame. Long River Lurker. Other frogs you control have ward 1. Okay, so he wards your other frogs. When it enters, target creature you control can't be blocked. Whenever that creature deals combat damage, you may exile it. If you do, return it. So that's good. That's solid value. Bouncing your creature, protecting all of your frogs. That's not bad. That's not bad. War Squeak, very cute. Mind Drill Assailant, we know that one. Kind of meh. Polywallop, Steam Path Charger, Daggerfang Duo, Crumb and Get It. Water Spout, Warden. All right. I would be lying if I said I wasn't hoping to get a single copy of, what's it called? Three Tree City. Because I have a lot of tribal decks, and every single one of them could use a copy of that. But it's a $20 card, so I'm probably not going to buy my own copy. So I was really hoping to pull one in here. But the odds of that aren't really in my favor, so. Well, art. Oh, this one's signed, too. Very nice. This is of the, it's like, what is this called? Dawn's Truce. I actually don't know what this card does, but I really like the art. We haven't seen this one yet. I like it. Early Winter, we've seen it. Oh, okay. Full Art Island, foil, very nice. Caretaker's Talent. Whenever one or more tokens you control enter, draw a card. Only activates once each turn. When it becomes level 2, create a token that's a copy of target token you control. Creature tokens you control get +2/+2. All right, well that's not too bad. Oh, there's the other talent. Enters, create a wall with Defender. Whenever one or more non-creature, non-land permanents you control enter, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. When this class becomes level 3, return target non-creature, non-land permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield. I mean, it's pretty versatile. Like I can see it. Non-creature, non-land, put a 1/1 counter. Like, that's not too bad. That's not the most exciting, but that's not too bad. Caretaker's Talent works more on tokens. This works more on just buffing up your own creatures, resurrecting a little bit. The Rockface Village, very nice. Fell, Blacksmith's Talent. Head of the Homestead. Trespass, Tree Guard Duo. Another Might of the Meat. Good. I need 4 of these. I only have 2. Tempest Angler, Early Winter, Nettle Guard, Sky Skipper Duo. Oh yeah, we're burning through these things now. What once took like, maybe 5-6 minutes is now taking 2, and that's because I might get a card I haven't seen before. All right. From the top. Sazakap's Brew, Nocturnal Hunger, Druid of the Spade, Shore Up. Life Creed Duo, Take Out the Trash. Oh, right. I should probably be moving these over here. Cindering Cutthroat. This bad boy is a skunk. Brazen Collector. Oh, this one's actually new. 1 and a red. First strike. When it attacks, add a red mana. You don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. Interesting. That's... First strike. That's not bad. That is not a bad card. Raccoon card right there. I like that. Drifgoom Coyote. Bandit's Talent. Man, they really want me to be running discard. Whiskervale Forerunner. This is a nice one, actually. This bad boy, whenever he becomes a target of a spell or ability, for the first time each turn, I believe, look at the top 5 cards. You may reveal a creature with mana value 3 or less from among them. You may put it on the battlefield if it's your turn. If you don't put it on the battlefield, put it in your hand. Rest on the bottom of your life. So if you target him with, for example, War Squeak, you get to bring a free creature on the field. Especially if you're running mice, which all mice are between mana costs 1 and 3. So you will always be able to hit a mouse with this thing if there's a mouse in the top 6, which realistically there probably is. Very nice. Islands, Uncharted Haven, a bushy bodyguard token. All right. I do love the baby squirrel. That is very cute. That is very, very cute. Next one up. Here we go. Easy. Easy. All right. We got to open it from the back. All right. Fine. Fine. Be that way. Shazam. Trash. Gone. I throw it across the room because I can do that and it's fun. Light Shell Duo. Full Art Swamp. Hugs. Different, like, special art for hugs. Very nice. And a Manifold Mount. Whoa. That's actually got value. Okay. Hugs. Grizzly Guardian. X. Red. Red. Green. Green. So at minimum, you could pay 4. But if you want any sort of ability, you could pay a total of 5, right? 5/5 with Trample. Okay. 4, technically 4 for a 5/5 with Trample. That's not bad. And he has the fun ability of when he enters, exile the top X. Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. Pretty standard stuff, right? He's not going to get huge. He's not going to be breaking the game. But, I mean, being able to exile the top and play cards off of it is not bad if you have extra mana to dump into him. For a 5/5 with Trample too. Like, that's a body. That is a body. He also got Manifold Mouse. Personally, one of my favorite mice cards, actually, because it's 2 mana, a 1 and a red. And just at the beginning of combat, on your turn, a target mouse, so you target a mouse, they're Valiant triggers. They get Trample or Double Strike. Your choice. Just, you get to trigger an ability at the start of combat, and it's actually huge. That is a fun card. I like this one a lot. Oh, we got the Green Village. Okay. Put a 1/1 counter on each frog. Oh, wow. Each frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel that entered the battlefield this turn. Interesting. Very interesting. I might stick that in my Squirrel Commander, actually. Yeah. That's an interesting one. Being able to buff any of those that came in for 1 is not bad, especially since my Squirrel deck is it's Chatterfang, which if you don't know, Chatterfang says if you would create 1 or more tokens, create that many plus one squirrel, right? So if I was to create, for example, no, not +1, and instead create that many tokens and that many squirrels. That's what it is. So if I was to create 2 treasures, I would get 2 treasures and 2 squirrels. If I had Oak Hollow Village, both those squirrels would be getting +1/+1. That's very nice. That's a nice one. I didn't even think about adding that. That's absolutely going in that commander deck. We got Bushy Bodyguard, who I now have the token for. Actually, right here. Bam. Very cute. Very, very cute. We've seen it, though. Not the greatest. But it's there. Plume Creed Escort. Always very nice to see. I like that one a lot, actually. Whisker Squill Cry. Junk Bruiser. Busbuo. Sonar Strike. Pearl of Wisdom. Thornplate Intimidator, Life Creed Duo. We know them. We've seen them. We've seen them. Nothing to complain about. Nothing to complain about. I do like having these cards. They do bring me joy. And I think any excess bulk that I don't need, I'm probably going to donate to WizKids, which is just a program that is designed to have resources to introduce kids to the hobby. Because I don't know what else to do with the bulk. Things that, like, I like the art, but I don't necessarily need the card. And I like to use the cards more than anything else. So I think I might donate to WizKids. Who knows? Oh, a bat token. Okay. I don't know how many cards I have that would call for a bat token, but I'm not going to complain about a bat token. I actually don't think I have one, so I could use that for a lot of different things. Kindle Spark Duo in foil. Not in Hired Claw. Whenever you attack with 1 or more lizards, he deals 1 damage to target opponent. Oh, that's nice. He just straight up punts your opponent just for... Ooh, okay. Sorry, I'm getting excited. Great card. Like this card. He also has the ability to put a 1/1 counter on him if an opponent lost life. Cool. Right, for a lizard deck, that's not bad. Being able to ping your opponent just by attacking with anything, guaranteed by him, very nice. And he can get bigger if you want to put mana into him. I also got Hearthborn Battler, who is a 2 and a red for a 2/3 with haste. And whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, he deals 2 damage to target opponent. It's not deals 2 damage to you, it's to each opponent. So, for example, if my opponent, it was my opponent's turn, and they played an Opt and a Consider, they would take 2 damage. I could then choose to play with Fire and Shock, and they take another 2 damage. On my turn, if I play, if I play Hired Claw and a Shock, he deals 2 damage to their face. Just because that was the second spell I cast to them. Like, that is a fun one. And he has haste. Sure, it costs 3 to get out, but that's a fun card. I'm excited to play around with him. Driftgloom Coyote, Galewind Moose, Longred Lurker, Crier, Grab, Conduct Electricity, Moonrise Cleric, Dire Sight. Oh yeah, I looked at this one. The Surveils, Warren Elder, and Runaway Together. Very nice. We're starting to run a little bit low. We still have a good few packs to get through. I think with how fast these last few ones have been going, I think we're gonna start slow. I think we're gonna run through these real fast. I'm sorry, I was very busy focusing on trying to get this God's Forsaken pack open, that I completely forgot what I was saying. But yes, I think that these next few packs aren't gonna last very long just because of how quickly we're burning through these things. Art card. Oh, that's Mockingbird. Very nice, very nice. Moonrise Cleric and foil. Full art foil forest. Darkstar Augur. This is an interesting one. This is one I keep seeing. I kept seeing in pre-release. 2 and a black for Offspring with 1 black for 2/3. Says at the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library, put it into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. So you are paying life to get an extra card, but if you're playing Bat Tribal, that guarantees you lose life, and then there's probably other ways you can gain life. So like this is solid in Bat Tribal, where you care about losing and gaining life. I can see the value in that. Stock in the Pantry. 1 green for an enchantment. Whenever 1 more 1/1 counters are put on a creature, put a supply counter on it. Remove 2 mana, remove a supply counter, draw a card. Maybe that's a commander thing. I don't know if it's going to be 60 card, but I could see it commander. Oh, Jolly Gerbils. They're hamster citizens. Look at them. They got a fish. And it just says, whenever you give a gift, draw a card. This, I want to play around this in a group hug commander deck. Absolutely. Where it's like, I gift you a card. So I draw a card. And you get a card. I get a card. And my hamsters are very happy. Like, I want to play around with that a lot. Teapot Slinger, Downwood Ambusher, Bellowing Crier, Kindle Spark Duo, Pawn Prophet, Sticky Tongue, Sentinel, Sky Skipper Duo, Early Winter, Nettle Guard. We've seen it. We know it. Oh, there's the Mockingbird. Oops. Boop. Next pack. Oh yeah, we're getting through these things. Ooh, there's Rawl's token. There's Rawl's emblem actually, which is very convenient because I actually have a couple copies of him that I got in packs. That's very nice to see. That is very, very nice to see. I now have his emblem. Ooh, we got a rare Hired Claw as foil. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Rare foil Hired Claw. Great for a 1-drop lizard. Full art islands. We have, ooh, special art Wick. Very nice. I would like to have the snail token to go with him, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Beauregard Mentor. This one's super easy, super straightforward. I have a copy. Green and white for an XX, where X equals the number of creatures you control. And he has Trample. Very nice. Thoughtstalker Warlock. 2 and a black for a 2/2 with Menace. When it enters, choose target opponent. If they lost life this turn, reveal their hand. Choose an online card from it. They discard it. Otherwise, they discard a card. Being able to hit your opponent with any card that you want to discard if they lost life, actually solid. Actually solid. Teapot Slinger, Bark Knuckle Boxer, Sunshower Druid, Agate Assault. What is this going to be this time? Antelope, Glide, Dive, Duo, Uncharted Haven, Carrot Cake, and Shore Up. Ah, very nice, very nice. I like that Hired Claw. I was thinking of brewing a lizard deck earlier today. Actually, I was like, oh, what lizards were printed in this set? Just because I was thinking about, oh, what can I possibly pull from the cards today? And I looked into a lot of lizards. That's why I actually know a little bit about them. And honestly, I kind of want to build around them. They seem dope to build around. And so having that hired clause is very nice. Okay. Bonebind Order in foil. Very cool. Mountain and Yggdrasil. Scrap Shooter. Well, that's actually not too bad. 1, a green, gift a card, reach, 4/4. So 3 for a 4/4 is not bad. When it enters, gift a, if a oh, hang on, this is weird music. This isn't lo-fi. Enters if gift was promised for target artifact, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Like it's, I mean, 3 mana for a 4/4 isn't bad. And the opportunity to destroy an artifact or enchantment isn't bad either. But, Ruthless Negotiation. Okay. 1 black. Target opponent exiles a card from their hand. If the spell is cast from a graveyard, draw a card. I don't know if you want to be exiling things. You more so want them to be discarding things for a lot of plays. Also, I love the like the background they chose for it. You can't really see it very well, but that looks like a raccoon skull in like these little bubbles. I actually really like that. I think that looks awesome. Tidecaller Mentor. 1, a blue and a black for a 3/3 rat with menace. Rat wizard specifically. Has threshold, meaning if there are 7 more cards in your graveyard, return up when he enters. Return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Yeah. Rats don't really care about being bounced. Idiomert Crab. Curious Forager. Bravekin Duo. I actually don't think we've seen this one yet. 1 white mana for a 1/1. That just quite simply lets you pay 1. Target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Fun for mice, actually, if you want to try and play around that. Because you can target them, buff them, and they get their Valiant trigger. Roughshod Duo, Veteran, Guard Mouse, 3-tree Root Weaver, Dazzling Denial, great counter spell, Nocturnal Hunger, and Thought Shulker. Oh yeah. Not the most exciting, but this one right here, this one's where all the money is. This one's where all the money is. Don't you worry, just you wait. Okay, let's trash this. Be gone. And let's look at what we got. Art card. I actually don't know that one off the top of my head. What is that? It's like throwing slingshot, like, crystals at them. Rabid Gnaw. Oh, dear God. I hate that. That is exactly what it looks like. Giant teeth. And weird, like, oh, I hate that. Most money cards in the collection. That is true. That is very true. I did have a moment of weakness, and I bought a few collector boosters, just as like, I guess as a treat to myself a while ago. And I will say, I'm not going to go into details because I don't want to seem like I'm bragging, but I got my money back. I did get my money back from those packs. I could say that with confidence. Yeah. So yes, the money is in those collector boosters. Can confirm. It is absolutely in those those collector boosters. What is Rabid Gnaw? Okay. 1 in a red. Target creature control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Then it deals damage to target creature you don't control. Wow, so it's like a Rabid Bite card, but in red. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. Kind of like a Pie Breaker right there. In foil. Cool. Full Art Forest. Cruel Claws Heist. I know this one. A black and a black. Gift a card. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. Exile that card. If a gift was promised, you may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. So I get to steal your card, and I can cast it if I give you a card to replace it. Yup. Very mean card. Very mean card. Very glad to have it. Gossip's Talent. 1 in a blue. Whenever creature you control enters, surveil. Whenever you attack, target creature you control with power 3 or less can be blocked. And whenever your creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it and return it to the battlefield. Straightforward. Lily Pad Village lets you surveil. Playful Shove. 1 in a red. Deals 1 damage to target creature to any target. Draw a card. It's very, very silly. The boisterous pat on the back was painful, but not as nearly as painful as the joke that inspired it. Oh, you sly dog. 1 in a black. Starscape Cleric. I don't think I got this one. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. This creature can't block. Flying. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. Ravine Raider, 1 black for a 1/1 lizard rogue with menace. You can pay mana, make it bigger. Not a bad little mana dump. Not a bad mana dump right there. I get Assault, again, kind of a bummer. Bumbleflower Sharepod, Druid of the Spade, Sonar Strike, Uncharted Haven, Runaway Together. I've seen so many copies of Runaway Together. I'm starting to wonder, like, I know it's common, but I feel like I've seen more copies of Runaway Together than most other cards. I don't know. I might be weird for thinking that, but I feel like I've just seen it so much. Another Baby Splash Lasher. Very nice. Very nice. Auto Ball Antics. Very cute. This is the one that gets you a token. Plains. Fecund Green Shell. 3. A green and a green. As long as you control 10 or more lands, creatures you control get +2/+2. Whenever a heat or another creature you control with toughness greater than its power enters, look at the top card of your library. If it's land, you may put it on the battlefield tapped. Otherwise, put it in your hand. I might put this bad boy in my Walls deck. He's not a wall. He doesn't have Defender, but he does let me, basically, anytime I play a wall or a creature with Defender, more or less, I will basically be able to run the chance of getting a free land off of it entering. Like, that's not bad. I might play around with him in that. Unfortunately, if I get 10 or more lands, he does kind of screw over a lot of the points of that deck, but we'll see. Heirloom Epic. Harvest Tide Host. Or Harvest Right Host. Sorry. 2 and a white for 3/3. So 3 for 3/3. That pays off. When it or another rabbit enters, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Then draw a card if the second ability is resolved. Whatever. Meh. I have a rabbit deck I've brewed. I don't think I put him in there. Mind Whisker, 2 and a blue. At the beginning of your upkeep, Surveil 1. As long as 7 more cards in your graveyard, creatures your opponent control get -1/-0. See, that's not a bad way to go about surveilling and playing off Surveil. That's not a bad way to go about it. Being able to nerf your opponent's creatures, and at the beginning of each upkeep, each of your upkeeps, you Surveil 1. That's a much better way to spend 3 mana than any of the other, like, oh, spend 3 mana, blah, 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 if you Surveil, blah, 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 blah. You know. Rifkin Duo, Heaped Harvest, Raccoon, Rallier, Cindering Cutthroat, Agate Blade Assassin, Thistledown Player, and Finch Formation. We're down to, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. We're down to 12. Last 12. We've got about 40 minutes left. So I think we might actually finish up just in time. Maybe. We might actually have some spare time just because these things are getting a lot faster. That one was a little bit slower just because we had a couple that stood out, but the more we find that stand out, the fewer there are going to be in the future. Full art. What is this? Oh, that looks like a frog? That's got to be like a green-black frog. I don't know that. Maybe Yargle or the Gitrog monster. I don't think the Gitrog monster's in the set, but it's there. Foil Gossip's Talent. Island. Keen-Eyed Curator. This one's people were saying could replace... what's the card? There was a card... I'm completely forgetting. It's an ooze that eats cards from graveyards. You gain life, and it can get bigger. People were saying it could replace it. I could see that. Depends on what you're doing with it, kind of thing. Because this guy, green for a 3/3, that says, as long as there are 4 more card types among cards exiled with him, he gets +4/+4 and trample. So he becomes a 7/7 with trample, which is terrifying. And then you can just pay 1 of any color to exile a creature, or to exile a card from a graveyard. So meaning you can exile an instant, a sorcery, a creature, and an enchantment, and he becomes a 7/7 with trample, might I add. Trample is a great touch there. Lily Splash Mentor, 2, a green, a blue for a 4/4 with reach. Exile another card or creature you control, return to the battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it. So he's just a great mana dump to bounce things. Okay. Bushy Bodyguard. Feed the Cycle. This is the other creature removal I put in my food deck. Why? Well, 1 and a black. As additional cost to cast a spell, forage, or pay an extra black. So technically you could pay 3, or you could pay 2 and forage. Restore target creature or planeswalker. It's creature removal by sacrificing a food. That's not bad. That is not bad. Ravine Raider, 1-drop Lizard. Druid of the Spade, take out the trash, Mind Drill Assistant. Tree Guard Duo, Saver, Wax Wayne, And dire downdraft. All right. Last dozen. Here goes. These last dozen are going to have Yggdra in every pack. Yggdra and 3 Tree City. Especially with special art and everything. The winter, the summer, all of it. Ooh, Emberheart Challenger. That's very cute. I like this card a lot. Glad I have the art of it. That's nice. That's nice. Lily Splash Mentor. Once again, that guy just bounces things. An island. Ooh, Season of Gathering. That's a mythic. That's a mythic. Let's see. What does this one do? Choose up to 5 paws worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. Yes. So put a 1-1 counter on target creature you control. It gains Vigilance and Trample. That's fun if you're playing counters. Choose target artifact and enchantment. Destroy all permanents of the chosen type. Ooh, you could board wipe artifacts and enchantments if you choose both. 3. Draw 3 cards. Draw cards equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. Very interesting. I mean, being able to buff a creature by 5 with Vigilance and Trample is nuts. If you so chose. You could bump a bunch of creatures up. Heck, you could just board wipe all of your opponent's artifacts and enchantments and buff a creature. That's got good value. I like that one. Bandit's Talent. We got the Stoat. We got Mind Whisker. Heartfire Hero. Very nice to see. That's surprisingly like the first one we've seen the whole set, actually. I should cover it. 1 red for a 1/1 with Valiant. When it becomes a target of spell or ability for the first time, it gets a 1/1 counter. And personal. This is one. I built a mouse deck specifically because I like this card a lot. Because when it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. So basically, you buff him up. You make him a scary creature. Like make him like a 3/5 or something. 3/2, whatever. Make him big. Your opponent's like, I am scared of that. I'm going to blow it up. You're like, okay, fine. And then they get hit in the face by Heartfire Hero's Eruption. Like, that's a fun card to play with. It punishes your opponent for getting rid of it, and it naturally gets bigger. I love the way that card plays out. Very happy to have another copy. Okay, Rallier, Assistant, Rampager, Orator, Cake, Shore Up, Thorn, Plate, Intimidator. Surprisingly enough, not bearing Intimidate. Not that any cards have Intimidate anymore. Menace replaced Intimidate, but still fun to make references to it. If you didn't know, I believe Intimidate was an ability that was predating Menace. And it said, I could be getting it mixed up with Fear, but I'm pretty sure Intimidate was, it was specific to black cards. And it just said creatures can't block this card unless they are black, like it's a black card, or an artifact, which was an interesting thing. I think Fear was similar, but I think it only maybe I got them mixed up. Either way, Manifold Mouse, baby form. He's doing a little dance. Well, look at him go. Look at him go. He's perfect. He's beautiful. Foil Carrot Cake, delicious. Honestly, Carrot Cake, highly underrated dessert. Even as a kid, I felt this way. Carrot Cake is so good. Like a good carrot cake with cream cheese frosting. Oh, good cream cheese frosting on a carrot cake is hard to beat. That is a hard dessert to beat. I feel like Carrot Cake needs more love. Another Whisker Veil, Forerunner, very nice. And Gev. I've seen people play around with him, wanting him to be their commander. Why? Red and a black for a 3/2 with Ward, pay 2 life. Okay. You mean share love for Carrot Cake? If that's not worth a follow, I don't know what is. I'm sorry. Of course, I'm kidding around. Just like, I saw the opportunity. I had to go for it. For your birthday last Sunday. Oh, well, happy birthday. Happy birthday. But yeah, Carrot Cake is so good. Are you one of the, I guess, are you or your family one of those people that put the like raisin in the carrot cake? Because I've seen people do that before. I've seen people put raisins in carrot cake, and I want your opinion before I put my opinion out, right? No? Not a fan of that. You're not a fan of raisins in carrot cake. Just shredded carrots. Okay. No, I mean, shredded carrots, of course. Honestly, I kind of dig the raisins and the carrots. Like, of course, it's carrot cake with raisins in it. Pineapple? Oh, pineapple sounds so good. That actually sounds so good. I love pineapple. Ooh, carrot cake with pineapple. Ooh, like that got me thinking like pineapple upside down cake, which I also really love. But like the spices of carrot cake with pineapple. That sounds real nice. Ooh, that sounds real nice. Oh, thank you so, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the cult. Welcome to the cult. Glad to have you here. Never had that. Yeah. The raisins do work pretty well. If you like, okay, specifically if you like oatmeal raisin tokens, it goes pretty well. Cookie. Wow. If you like oatmeal raisin cookies, then you'll probably like raisins in carrot cake because it's very similar. It's like a similar spice profile, you know, cinnamon, some nutmeg. Oatmeal raisin cookies have similar things, right? So by doing that, you're kind of getting that same experience and you get the natural sweetness of the carrots. Like it goes pretty well actually. But pineapple is definitely something I have to try. Absolutely. Where's the totem? Totem's not here right now. It's actually back in it's back at the temple. You know, we're out here, we're having a good time. I'll probably end up taking us back to the temple once we're done with the cards, and you might be able to see the shrine back there. It's a little bit blurry, you know, it is in the background, but you'll see. Don't worry, don't worry, we have one. But yes, so Gev, people really like using him for commander. Red, black, 3/2 with ward, so 2 for a 3/2 with ward, that's good. Other creatures you control enter with an additional 1/1 counter on them for each opponent who lost life this turn. So, for example, if you pinged all of your opponents in Commander for 1 damage, any creature would enter with 3 1/1 counters on it, which is wild. And when you cast a Lizard spell, he just pings your opponent. So you cast a Lizard, pings your opponent, that Lizard now enters with a 1/1 counter, right? You stack that up. That's nice. That's very nice. But kind of commander heavy, because otherwise they enter with 1. It's not quite worth it. Either way. What other games do you play? That's a good question. Lately, we've been trying to kind of fish out and find things that really work. Lately, I've been sticking to a lot of comfort games. Things that people just generally like listening to on the background. Maybe they're having a rough day. Like I pride myself being able to provide that kind of cozy environment. So a lot of the games we've been playing recently are considered comfort games. So lately it's been mostly Minecraft and Stardew Valley, if you're familiar with that. Very occasionally, I'll dip in and have some Magic. Last week we had Sims 4 as like a little event. But it is mostly comfort games that I can find. I'm trying to ride the line of like good comfort games, like things that people realistically enjoy for comfort. But also games that people know and will actually have exposure. Because, of course, I'm always trying to grow. I'm trying to expand the cult, bring more people in to create a larger kind of community. And unfortunately, some comfort games like Slime Rancher or Potion Permit or things like that people really find comfort in just don't have the same kind of community around them. So they're harder to kind of reach out to new viewers when the games that I'm playing don't really have much of an audience. So like I'm really struggling to find new games that are comforting, good cozy games that also have some sort of presence. So should try Planet Zoo. I think I've actually seen something on that. I might screw around with that because I do like. I did see some people talk about like city builders or city managing games as being comfort games, and Planet Zoo is I mean it's more or less a business manager, so it's not too different. I also saw people playing like why am I blanking on the name? The Planet Coaster or something like that. The roller coaster one by I think the same company. But yes, I'm absolutely thinking of integrating like maybe an occasional game of like a world build, not a world building, like a city planning game, like maybe Survive Mars or Sim City or something like that. Like I have some ideas. But it's mostly just finding games that already have kind of that community. And I have tried using Twitter. I used Twitter. That's the thing. I used Twitter. I used VTubers.me. I used Blue Sky. I used Discord. I used all of the platforms I have at my disposal to try and find like what people found as comfort games. And I got very few responses. I'm not very big on any of those platforms. Surprise, surprise. So I don't have quite the outreach I need to be getting the responses. But I did get people saying like, Stardew. Someone said Yu-Gi-Oh! And then, of course, the city planning games were the ones that really showed up. And that's all the responses. But yeah, use the right tags. I might try again with different tags. You might have a point there. But I am happy with Minecraft and Stardew, at least for the time being. Like, those aren't bad. Those are not bad games to be prioritizing. I don't dislike that. I want to find good games for people, you know? Yeah, no, like, they're reliable. They're very reliable. The only issue is with Minecraft specifically is it's such a oversaturated market that being able to find new viewers is very, very difficult because there's so many other people streaming Minecraft that the chances of them seeing me are very slim. But Stardew does have a smaller streaming community, so I do have a decent chance with that one. But yeah, sorry, I'm getting into this the logistics of streaming. I don't need to be doing that. I get very focused on that. I think it's fascinating stuff. I don't know if it's a passion that I would say, but I do think it's very interesting, and I do like learning more about it. So I do think a lot about that stuff. So I do need to stop myself before I keep going on about it. Let's see. Shrike Force. I don't know if we've seen this one. It's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. And I do like weighing the pros and cons of everything. 2 and a white for a 1/3 with flying, double strike, and vigilance. A 1/3 with double strike is interesting. You kind of need to buff it to make it worth anything, which is a little difficult, especially since it can't buff itself. Reptilian Recruiter, Hunter's Talent, Fountainport Bell, Pathmaker, Cultivator, Treetop Sentries, we've seen that one. Orator, Crumb and Get It, Dazzling Denial. I'm starting to definitely see some repeating commons here. Definitely seeing some repeating commons here. That's not a surprise. I mean, that happens. Once you open so many packs, you start seeing a lot of the commons repeat themselves, but, you know. All right, food. Kings, is this a Night Fisher. Okay, like a King's Fisher, I get it. 3, blue for a 4/5, so 5 for a 4/5 with flying. Whenever another non-token bird you control enters, create a 1/1 blue fish. Huh. So if you play Fish Tribal, maybe viable, maybe. 5 mana for a 1/1 fish generator is tough. 5 mana is a lot to pay for that, but it is a 4/5 body with flying, so and it's a bird, so it triggers any other bird thing. So that's actually not too bad. Imagine auto tribe with fishes. I would love that. I would love that. Feed my little otters. Plains, hugs, but not special border. Beauregard Mentor, Hazard Root Herbalist, Thoughtstalker Warlock, Into the Flood Maw. That's a new one. 1 blue, gift a tapped fish, turn target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Turn target creature, okay. And if you gift them a fish, it returns a permanent. So that's not too bad. I mean, traditionally, I think, what is it? I keep blanking on that card. But there was that card, there was a 1-drop, return a creature to its owner's hand, especially since this targets only opponent's creatures. Return a creature to its owner's hand, and then you scry 2 if its mana value is 2 or less. Like, that's good value. This is not quite keeping up. But it's here. It's not the worst. Pathmaker, Cutthroat, Sentries, Provisioner, the Downdraft, Dire Sight, Elder. Standard stuff. Next pack. We're burning through them. We are burning through them. We're making pretty good time. This one, I can feel it. This one's where it's at. This one's where it's at. Just you wait. All right. Bam. What is this? Oh, it's like a little frog. Little froggy. Hello, froggy. Nidalguard in foil. Okay. Full Art Plains into... Oh, Mockingbird. That's not bad. What is Mockingbird going for? Because I keep seeing that one pop up. Mockingbird. It's like $6 maybe? Let's see. Nope. That is a Sinister token. That's not quite what I want. No Hero Clicks. I don't even know what Hero Clicks is. Mockingbird in Magic the Gathering. Mockingbird is going for, $3. Not bad. And here's why. If you don't know, here's why Mockingbird is worth money, right? X and a blue for a 1/1 with flying. It says you may have it enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield with mana value less than or equal to the amount of mana spent to cast Mockingbird, except it is a bird in addition to its other types, and it has flying. Meaning, technically, yeah, I guess this would work. If you had a Merit Lage, right? Purely hypothetical. If you had a Merit Lage, a 2020, I guess it's just a horror with flying and indestructible. Mockingbird. I pay X equals 0, so I'm just paying 1. Mockingbird now copies your Merit Lage, because your Merit Lage's mana cost is 0. Meaning, I now have a 2020 with flying and indestructible, except mine does not fall apart if it is bounced to my hand, because I can just copy your Merit Lage every time it comes back in. The insane thing people are finding out is that this bad boy copies things regardless of how much you pay. If you pay 1 blue, you're still going to get something. If your opponent has a 1-drop creature that you want that's better with flying, boom, 1 mana, copy it, now has flying. The added benefit of being able to pay more and copy a bigger creature is very nice, just not necessary. Very fun card. All right, Gossip's Talent, Vine Reap Mentor, green black, 2/2, 3/2, better value actually. When it enters or dies, so enters you get a food, and dies you get a food. So you could potentially get 2 foods off of this guy. Very nice. Huskburster Swarm, 7 and a black for a 6/6 with Menace and Death Touch. That costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control, you own in exile, and in your graveyard. Meaning this guy can get out on the field very early if you dump the right cards in your graveyard. And the fact that he gets cheaper off of exile as well makes him even more viable, because if you need to forage and exile creatures from your graveyard, he still gets cheaper because he doesn't care if they're eaten or not. He's still going to be a 6/6 that's cheap to get out. And Calamitous Tide. Okay, well, there's this now. This is probably one of the most disappointing cards I got several copies of during draft, during pre-release, because it's for a blue, so 6 mana. Return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hands. Draw 2 cards, discard. You don't even get to keep both the cards. You discard 1, you discard a card, you draw 2, but you discard 1, and you return 2 creatures to their owner's hands at sorcery speed for 6 mana. This is an awful uncommon. This is so bad. 6 mana for a simple effect, and you get to draw essentially 1 card is stupid. I have 3 copies of this, and I wish I had 0. I hated getting that thing. It took up a slot that could have been anything, and it happened to be more Calamitous Tides. War Squeak, Agate Assault. This bad boy is going to be an egg. Rust Shield Rampager. Nocturnal Hunger. Life Creed Duo. Pearl of Wisdom. I am very happy to be getting more copies of Pearl of Wisdom, because I can easily put those towards that otter deck I've been talking about. Because multiple copies just means I can draw a absolute insane number of cards off of just having otters. And then the otters get bigger, do things because I cast spells. Like, that's very nice. All right. Oh, it's the Jace Fox Planeswalker. I sincerely wish I could have this card. Not just because it's Jace the Mind Sculptor, which is an insanely powerful card and was the most expensive Planeswalker for a long time, but also because I love that he's a fox. I love the animal Planeswalkers. They bring me serotonin. Pawn Prophet and foil. Ooh, that's a big hit. Actually, that's a big hit. Innkeeper's Talent. I keep forgetting to move the cards over here. Innkeeper's Talent. This bad boy, spicy, like $15. $15 card. Why? Well, here's why. 1 and a green. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Okay. Then you can pay 1 green. So you're paying 1 and a green. You can pay an additional green. Permanents you control with counters on them. Any counter. Just counters in general. Now have Ward 1. So they're slightly protected. For 4. For 3 and a green. That is really cheap. And you'll see why. If you would put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, put twice that many on each of those kinds of counters on that permanent or player instead. Meaning, just off the top of my head, if I played Vraska, who says if your opponent has fewer than 9 poison counters, they get 9 poison counters, you could pop that, and then not only would they get 9 poison counters from her, who she entered, was able to use her ability immediately because she ulted, had double the counters, they now get 18 poison counters, they lose the game. Yeah. With Innkeeper's Talent, you can now pop your Planeswalker's ult very early, just by dumping a little bit of mana into your talent. It is an insane card. And it kind of slept for a little bit, and then somebody pointed out how powerful it was, and it skyrocketed in price. Very happy to have a copy of that. Hop to it. Ooh, Quicker Tuskabora. I haven't seen this one yet. 3, a red for a 5. So 5 for a 5/5 with Reach, Trample, and Haste. Pretty standard, pretty straightforward. Not the most exciting, but I mean, being able, you're getting all value from that. That's not too bad. Also, another cozy game is Coral Island. I've heard about that one. That one's very similar to Stardew, right? Coral Island. That one's very similar to Stardew. I think I heard people at least correlating the two. There are a few games I was looking at, like I wanted to get for like cozy comfort games. Of course, the issue is like I need to find things. You know the drill by now. But let's see. I wanted to see Traveler's Rest would have been good. Potionomics would have been nice. Potion Permit, Outer Wilds, Stray. Let's see, what else do I have here? I think Athenian Rhapsody. No, that's more of a video thing. Bugaboo Pocket hasn't been released yet. Cozy Caravan. Oh, Cozy Caravan. Oh, I love the idea of Cozy Caravan. But yes, there are a few games I definitely want to get. It's just like I need to justify streaming it. But yeah, no, I'll look into Coral Island more because I think I've heard about that one. I just haven't done a whole lot of research into it because like, oh well, if I have Stardew, I don't need Coral Island. But I've that and Slime Rancher. I want to look into those some more. See if it would behoove me to ignore that. I was bringing up the Steam page just to look at it. I was wondering if it behooved me to explore into some of those other games. But yes, I'm gonna look into that one probably after the stream. Absolutely. Thank you for the recommendation, by the way. Ooh, I do like the art for this one. Black X. Look at the top. Look at twice X cards from the top of your library. Put X cards from among them into your hand. Rest into your graveyard. You lose X life. Interesting. So if I paid 3, I would look at the top 6, put up to 3 from among them into my hand, the rest of my graveyard, and I lose 3 life. Interesting. Okay, that's not bad. That's not a bad way to filter out for specific cards. If you have mana, dump into it and life to spare. Crier, take out the trash, Prophet, Root Weaver, Formation, Starlit Soothsayer. I've seen this one before, right? Yeah, Surveil. Thistle down players and Mind Spiral. Great. So glad I have another one of those. I love Mind Spiral. I'm definitely not going to throw them all into the bulk that I'm giving away, so that the children can suffer instead of me. I am going to need to figure out how I'm going to ship them out to WizKids, because gods know I don't need this many bulk chaff cards, but I also don't know if I have the money to ship them out. I think WizKids covers it, but I need something to pack them into. Either way. Rabbit token. Mage, Forest, Byway Barterer. I'm not familiar with this one. 2 and a red for 3/3. So 3 for 3/3 with menace. Value. Whenever you expend 4, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 2 cards. If you don't have any cards in hand, that could be worth it. If you have like 1 or 2 cards, like a land, like a mountain, or nothing in your hand at all, you could discard them and draw 2 for free, which isn't bad actually. That's not the worst. Another Dewdrop Cure, very nice. Repel Calamity. Wix Patrol, that's new, actually. When it enters, mill 3 cards. So 4, a black, so 6 for a 5/3. Yikes. When it enters, mill 3 cards. When you do, target creature an opponent controls gets -X, -X, where X is the greatest mana value among cards in your graveyard. Yikes. 6 mana to maybe get rid of 1 creature is a yikes. Sugarcoat, I like the flavor for this. flavor, whatever. Because it's 2 and a blue, flash, enchant creature or food. Enchanted permanent is a colorless food artifact with 2 tap, so it just loses all other card types and abilities. So essentially, your Ulamog is now covered in sugar, and you can eat it if you would like. You can eat your dragon. You can eat that giant zombie if you so choose. It is now food. Enjoy. Just something about that is so bizarre to me. I like it. War Squeak and Might of the Meek. Very nice to hit both of those. Sharepot, Brawl, Strike, Duo, Hermit. All right. Last 5. Here goes nothing. Come on, give me at least one. All I need is one copy of Three Tree City. Please, I'm begging. All of my different tribal decks could profit off of it. Every single one of them, I assure you. All right, Star-Shaped Cleric. High Stride. Islands for the common good. Okay, we've seen this one. And Jackdaw Savior. Okay, this one's actually neat. Jackdaw Savior. 2 and a white for 3/1. That's value. 3/1 with flying for 3. That's not bad. With the bonus of when it or another creature you control with flying dies, return another target creature card with lesser mana value from your graveyard to the battlefield. You could just straight up resurrect cards if a bird dies. It doesn't even have to be a bird. If a creature with flying dies, but realistically they're mostly birds, you just get to resurrect something with lesser mana value. That's not bad. I like him. I'm not sure where to put him yet, but I want to use him for something. Okay, Plume Creed Mentor. I haven't seen this one before. 1, a white, a blue. When it, for a 2/3, so 3 for a 2/3 with flying. When it or another creature you control with flying enters, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control without flying. Kind of should give them flying as well. That would be really funny, but sure. Splash Lasher. 3, a blue. 3/3 with Offspring. When it enters, tap up to 1 target creature and opponent. Tap 1 target creature, put a stun counter on it. So you can stun 2 creatures if you put a good bit of mana into it. That's not too bad. Brazen Collector, very nice. Rabbit Response. Might of the Meek, great. Cultivator, Sentinel, Hunger, Guard, Shulker. All right. I've said it as many times. I've said it all these times. We have fun. We joke around. But this one's gonna have it. This one's gonna have exactly what I'm looking for. All of it. It's all gonna be here. Every last one. And it's gonna be incredible, right? First things first. Oh, shoot. Okay. Wow. First things first, signed. That's very neat. Not the main thing. We got a foil Eluge. I got a normal version of him. I don't know what on earth I'm gonna do with them because they're a fish and they're an elemental. Those are neither tribes I really play around with. And I only need one because they're a commander card. But I have him foil now, which is very interesting. Okay. Plains. Rottenmouth Viper. Actually a good card. Actually, like an insane card. Because 5 and a black for 6/6. So 6 for 6/6. That's good value. But also, you can sacrifice any number of non-land permanents, enchantments, artifacts, creatures, tokens of any kind. It costs 1 less to cast for each permanent. So for example, let's say turn 1, let me think. Turn 1, it's the vampire that creates a blood token. Turn 2, maybe I play another one. So that's 4. I now pay, on turn 3, I pay 2, I get Rottenmouth Viper. For 6, so for 6/6, that's a good discount. Make matters even better, when it enters or attacks, put a blight counter on it. Then, for each blight counter on it, each opponent loses 4 life, unless that player sacrifices a non-land permanent or discards a card. So basically, I play Rottenmouth Viper. You now have to decide, do you want to take damage, lose a permanent, or discard a card? Especially since it is so cheap to get out. You can get it out as early as like turn 3. They might not have any permanents to sacrifice. they'll probably discard or they'll take the damage, and that burns them out. This is a nasty card. Very nasty card. Very good to have. Very exciting. All right, Mabel's Metal, feed the cycle. 3-Tree Scribe. When it enters or another creature control leaves without dying, put a 1/1 counter on target creature control. Good frog stuff. That's frog tribal right there. Ravine Raider, Conduct Electricity, Bark Form Harvester, Duo, Sharpshooter, Whirl, Provisioner, and Wisdom. All right, that. You know what? I'm gonna separate these two because I don't know for certain. At the very least, I feel like they might be worth money, and I want to be able to sleeve these as soon as possible. So we're gonna set those aside, just to be safe. I don't think the fish is worth much because the fish just generally, I was able to look around. I don't think he's worth much at all, mainly because he gets big and he relies you having nothing but islands. And in Commander, you don't want many basic land types. Trash, be gone. Night Howl Hermit, Night Whirl Hermit, even better, great. Dream Daw and Trancer, nice. Honored Dray Leader, okay, I'll take that. I'll take an Honored Dray Leader. This guy's fun. I like Honored Dray Leader. Makes him good for Standard. He's all right for Standard. He's all right for Standard. If you want to go mono blue with like just islands, he could get out of hand real quick, especially if you're running a lot of otters, because they would benefit off the prowess for the free spells you're able to cast. Now, Honored Dray Leader is one of my favorite cards currently, like favorite mechanically, because it's 2 and a green for a 1/1. Now, you might be thinking, 2 and a green for a 1/1, that's a lot of mana for a creature that's not that big. Here's why. 2 and a green, 1/1. Trample. Okay, why trample? Well, when he enters, put a 1/1 counter on him for each other squirrel and or food you control. And whenever another squirrel or food enters under your control, put a 1/1 counter on him. I have used him several times, at least in my playtesting. Easily gets to a 6/6 or 7/7 on turn 3, which is an insane amount. And if any of my squirrels or I sacrifice any foods, he just gets bigger. He's a, you heard nothing, very fun card to play around with. And nobody, because it's like, it's hitting him or it's hitting Camellia. Getting the big guy or the girl that's going to be making a lot of squirrels very fast. Like, it puts them in a position where they have to choose the lesser evil. No. And he's never chosen, and it's great. I love it. It's a very fun card. All right. Lily Splash Mentor, Mage, Sinister Monolith. No. Nuh-uh. It's Hiccups. Oh. No, it didn't work. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? Yeah, I just have hiccups for no reason. I appreciate the effort. It was worth a shot. It was worth it. Oh, gods. Everything's falling apart. My whole life is a lie. Okay, I just chugged down a whole bunch of water, and I think I'm better. I do not have... okay. I was actually going to... I completely forgot to do it this week. I think next week I'm going to be adding a bunch of new redeems. You know, your typical, your stretch, your hydrate, your like things like that. I'm definitely going to add those next week. Oh, I know. I just like... You mentioning that completely reminded me that I completely forgot to add those. I totally forgot that I was supposed to be doing that. Oopsie. Okay, Sinister Monolith. I don't know this one. 3 and a black. The beginning of combat on your turn. Each opponent loses 1 life. You gain 1 life. Okay, that's bat thing. That's a bat card right there. That works with bats. Tap, pay 2 life. Sacrifice it. Draw 2. Activate as a sorcery. Not the worst. 4 mana is a lot to do for that. That's a lot to pay, but that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Bark Form Harvester. This one will be... We'll say, what was this one? This was going to be Viashino. Whisker, Quill, Squire, Intimidator, Light, Psychic Whirl, and Warden. All right, last 2 packs. The last 2 packs. Right as we're running out of time for the stream, too. Wow, I've been opening cards for 4 hours. That is absurd. That is an absurd amount of time to be opening cards. You're hoping to get good pulls tomorrow while calibrating something. Hey, you gotta visualize it. You gotta manifest it. You know, you gotta manifest it. Not absurd fun. You're right. I just didn't expect it to be going this long. I didn't expect to be opening cards this long. I'm not complaining. I'm having a great time. But I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be opening cards. Dear God, that's a foil rare Whiskervale Forerunner. Very nice. Cool. Island. Yes. Last 2 cards. Let's go. Last 2 packs. Yeah. Oh baby, there it is. There's the 3 Tree City. I'm riding that high. That's great. Oh, thank you. I deserve this. Oh, yes. Oh, that's so nice to see. And here's why. All right, I'm gonna explain why. I'm gonna explain you something. This bad boy right here. You'll see why I was excited. 3 Tree City. As it enters, choose a creature type. You can tap and add a colorless, right? So it enters untapped. You can just tap it and you could just get a colorless, right? 2, and tap it. Choose a color. Add an amount of mana of that color equal to the number of creatures you control of the chosen type. So, for example, I have 5 rats on the battlefield. I have 3 Tree City on the battlefield. I pay 2. I tap 3 Tree City. I now have 5 mana. I take that 2 mana, convert it to 5 on top of any other mana I happen to have. Insane. It's not as good as Shrine to Nyx, of course, but it's easier to get than Shrine to Nyx right now. So huge. Very excited for that. Imagine that in an artifact deck. I could see. Let's see. Choose a creature type. So you could name like Construct. Unless I'm thinking of it wrong, right? Because if it's mana color equal to the number of creatures, I mean, yeah, you'd be if you're playing colorless artifacts and you have like enough constructs, for example, you could tap it. If you have like 4 or 5 constructs, you're able to tap it, get mana of any color, and now you can use that mana to cast any of your artifacts, which would be very nice. You don't have to worry about just having mono colors, which is the downside of 3 Tree City, is having one single color. But I can't complain. That is a huge card. Very, 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 very happy to have that. Okay. All right. The rest is kind of a letdown, but here, let's go through it anyway. Warren Guard, Force, Night Fisher, Overflow. Enters, and when you expend 4, put a stash counter on it. Sacrifice it, discard your hand, draw cards equal to the number of stash counters on it. Okay. So what on earth? What song is this? I don't. Oh, it's from RuneScape. Wild. Okay. I didn't expect it to be from RuneScape. I like it. This one's interesting. Being able to basically, I like this the stashing, and then you get to trash everything to try and draw a bunch. Like, that's cool. Maybe raccoons. We'll see. Druid, Charger, Homestead, Dire Sight, Rabbit enters. Yeah. Dazzling Denial, Hidden, Grotto. Last pack. All I can hope for in this last pack, I wouldn't mind another 3 Tree City. All I can hope for in this one is maybe a Yggdra. Yggdra would be huge because I have a deck that would go infinite with them. But if I don't pull it, I probably won't buy it. So we'll see. The odds of it are not in my favor. It is mythic. And I did just get the one card I've been wanting the most, but we'll see. All right, art card. Oh, it's the Elspeth mouse. Oh, that's very cute. She's so small, she fits on a sunflower. That's adorable. That's adorable. All right, Cindering Cutthroat, foil, and Alania, Divergent Storm. Isn't she? Hang on. Doing it in a look. Isn't she? Okay, no, I got her mixed up with another otter then. Okay, I was like, is Alania the one that's actually worth some like some good money? Nope, different otter. Alania. Bit sad we can't pull planeswalkers in a normal booster anymore. You can, but you can only pull Ral, Crackling Wit. That's the only planeswalker you can pull. Which, I mean, it changes based on the set. Sometimes they have more, sometimes they have less. It is, I will agree, it is very unfortunate that you can only get the special art planeswalkers, the ones that are actually worth, like owning. Like, in my opinion, I love the special art planeswalkers so much. Like, again, the mouse Elspeth is adorable. I love her. I would love to be able to pull her. Unfortunately, it's just collector boosters, which sucks. But, like, technically, I could pull Ral. There is. It's Liliana. Liliana was turned into a squirrel. I think is it Dreadhorde General? No, it's not Dreadhorde. Which Liliana is it? Liliana. Is it Dark Realms? Let's see. Liliana. I don't remember which one it is. Is it Dreadhorde General? There's no way. I thought it was like Untouched by Death or something like that. Let's see. View all versions. No, okay, so it's not Dreadhorde General. Dreadhorde General would have been wild. It's not the Veil. Is it? There's so many. They all sound the same. It's not. Oh gods. All right, just filter by. Just filter it by normal. I thought I could find it on like one of the first pages. I couldn't. It wasn't there. Set. Let's just name Bloomburrow Commander. Of the Dark Realms. Okay, that's one the one. It wasn't Dreadhorde General, it was Of the Dark Realms. Right. I love the art for it a lot. I really, really love the art for it. She's not the greatest. Like, that's not the greatest Liliana ever printed. Like, Of the Veil would probably be better. Dreadhorde General would be the best because it's a first reprint of a very, very powerful Liliana. But I wouldn't complain about a borderless Squirrel Liliana just in general. Search your library for a swamp, reveal it, put it in your hand. Target creature gets +X, +X, or -X for the X of the number of swamps. And you get an emblem with swamps you control have add 4 black mana. Like, that's not bad, but it's strangely obsessed with nothing but swamps. So, well, oh, search your library for a swamp, not a basic swamp. Okay. So you could pull okay, that's more of a commander thing, which I see as why it's a commander, but still. I think there were better Lilianas they could have chosen. All right. Elena, this is our Alania, our last pack. 3, a red and a blue for a 3/5. Whenever you cast a spell, if it's the first instant spell, the first sorcery, or the first otter spell other than Alana you've cast this turn, you may have target opponent draw a card. If you do, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for that copy. She just seems like the otter commander for this set. Seedglade Mentor. This is a mouse I've actually experimented with. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep him in the deck I have him in, but he's not a bad card. He's not a bad card. 1, a red and a white for a 3/2. Already got value. With Vigilance and Haste, even better. And when he becomes a target of a spell or ability for the first time each turn, put a 1/1 counter on it. So if you play him and you maybe equip him with a 0-cost equip, he becomes a 4/3 with Vigilance and Haste. Turn 3. That's not bad. That is not a bad card. 1 in a red, 2/2 Lizard Warlock. Enters an opponent lost life this turn. Add red and black. Discard a card, draw a card. Oh, Patchwork Banner. Very nice. Glad I actually found one of these. Patchwork Banner is a 3-drop artifact that lets you choose a creature type. Creatures of the chosen type get buffed. They get what's the term? There's a term for it. Bannered, I believe. Anthemed. They get anthemed. And it's a mana rock, so you can tap it for mana. Hive Spine Wolverine enters, choose one. So 3, a green and green for a 5/4. Actually, really cool art. You can't really see it, but it's like a massive badger with a beehive all around it. Like that's really cool design. When it enters, you could choose to put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control, have it fight a creature token, which is kind of dumb, or destroy an artifact or enchantment. The fact that it fights a token that really limits it. That's kind of Bravekin Duo, Treeguard Duo, Sazakap's Brew, Seedpod Squire, Daggerfang Duo, Banishing Light, and Light Shell Duo. And with that, we have successfully opened every pack of Bloomburrow I owned. Let me take us back over here. Hi. Welcome, everybody. What an adventure. I'm still riding the high of that 3-tree city. That was a huge pull. That was amazing. I'm very, very happy to have pulled that. But yes, that is all we have time for today. That was fun. I had a really good time. I had a really, really good time. I hope I can do more like this in the future. It's obviously not going to be a mainstay. Getting cards like this is not cheap, and I don't make a whole lot of money. So this was kind of like a once as like a little treat thing. Maybe we'll do Duskmorn, maybe not. We'll see. But yes, I had a blast. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully this wasn't too boring. It was just me opening cards, but I think I did all right to explain things to the best of my ability for anybody that was a little bit confused about what they saw. But yeah, that's it. That's everything. Make sure to stop by tomorrow. We will be streaming from 5 to 9 MST with some classic. I believe tomorrow we have Minecraft schedule. I think Minecraft is scheduled for tomorrow. So make sure to swing by for that. We'll be once again visiting probably the single coziest Minecraft mod pack I've ever found. I normally say like, oh, make sure to check out the video I uploaded today. I completely forgot to edit a video. I have it recorded. I just didn't edit it. So I'm going to try and get that done either tonight or tomorrow. Hopefully I can get it up soon. Hopefully by the end of the week. We'll see. So keep an eye out for that. You know the drill. I'll make sure everybody's updated on like the Discord for everything once it is made live, so everybody knows it was put up like I've been trying to do. But yes, that's it. I want to say huge thanks to everybody for showing up. I had a great time. Hopefully you guys did too. And yeah, I was trying to find any other way to vamp, but I guess that's everything. So I don't have too much else to say. I guess without further ado, as always, have a nice night. Bye, everybody. Bye, guys. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate you hanging by. I do appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you a ton. I couldn't be here without you guys. My appreciation is immeasurable. So thank you. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody. Thank you, guys. Bye, everyone. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye now. Bye, Rava. Thank you for showing by. I appreciate it. Bye. I am going to heat up a whole pizza